Welcome to round 2 of the London Chess Classic 2025. And today I've been joined by Grandmaster David Howe. David, great to see you here.
Likewise, Danny, it's good to team up again. It's been a while. And I'm looking forward to today. London Classic, my favorite tournament.
Well, we had 5 draws yesterday. Who's going to break the first duck?
It's because I wasn't here. Now I'm here. It's going to be 5 decisive games. It could have been different yesterday. There were some interesting games.
It was actually some fascinating games. I particularly liked the Nimzo Indian, the Zamish variation. I thought that was extraordinary game from Abhimanyu Mishra, actually. Came very close. I don't know, have you got a particular game in mind?
Oh, I have a feeling today, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov against Mishra. That one, I mean, Mishra is super solid, went undefeated for however many games it was, 60, 70 games earlier this year, but Nodirbek is a very decisive player usually, and I'm not sure it's going to be so easy to neutralize him. And Luke McShane against Alireza Firouzja.
That could be one never knows with Luke.
England versus France, one never knows.
And also, Abdusattorov and Mishra played an extraordinary game at the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament in Samarkand in August. I mean, really, it was an absolute roller coaster. And Mishra came incredibly close to winning. And now, he's only 16. I mean, such an extraordinary talent. He's really coming through the moment. Yeah,
it's been a breakthrough year. He almost qualified for the candidates. I think a win in the final round in the Grand Swiss, and he would have been there. Just 16, world's youngest ever grandmaster. It's about time. Like all the other prodigies are shining, so it's been a good time for him as well. A good year for him to break through.
I mean, it does really feel as though there's a younger generation coming through, and we can see that with the 3 candidates who won their way through the FIDE World Cup.
Let's not talk about age, Danny. It's it makes me depressed every day.
Makes you depressed. Come on. But Mishra was fascinating yesterday. So, when I asked him about his preparation, of course, he was wheeling out this incredibly sharp variation, the Zamish Nimzo on the white side, and basically just giving away this pawn on c4. And he revealed afterwards that he worked for 6 hours before the game.
Wow.
I mean, you generally take a very different approach to preparation during a tournament.
You know me too well. The less the better in the mornings. Save the energy for the games. But I don't know, these days you need a kind of tailored approach, and if it works for him, I think he's been a hard worker ever since he broke onto the scene.
Absolutely, but I find that fascinating that he's 16. Basically, he can just eat, drink, sleep chess, and he has just an inexhaustible appetite for the game, and that's what it said to me from that.
I don't recommend it, by the way, for anyone else. You could turn up to the game and end up feeling drowsy. I mean, 6 hours hardcore work with an engine is draining. It's draining.
But he seemed okay during the game. When you're 16, you can get away with that.
True. But every day for a long tournament, that's the big question.
That's tough. But I did have the impression yesterday that, I'm not talking about Mishra, but some of the other players kind of came in round 1. They were particularly cautious. And I think for a round-robin tournament, there are kind of different rules, different strategies apply, it seems to me. And it felt like no one wanted to get off to a bad start in that first round. Like we had Luke McShane and Michael Adams. And there was a bit safety first. At some point, Mickey said to me, I suppose I knew I should have probably gone b5, but I just couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, a draw with black in round 1 of a round robin, like you said.
But still, there are other players who would just think, right, I have a slight edge. It doesn't matter it's the first round. It doesn't matter I have black. They would just, in principle, try to use that very slight advantage. So there are, different approaches to the game.
That's true. Maybe today is the day that we'll get decisive games. And yeah, like you said, normally the winning score in a round robin isn't as high as you need in an open. So they'll kind of wait for their moments and they'll try and pounce when they need to. But yeah, there has been a short delay for everyone at home. The games look like they're just about to get going now. Some issues with the lighting, I was told, but
I think they had to change the light bulb.
How many chess players does it take?
Yeah, exactly. Well, apparently quite a lot.
Well, yeah.
Well, we should mention that there were no shortage of chess players here today because the Open tournament has started here. So actually, I haven't sort of caught up with the numbers. I don't know how many there are playing in the Open, but it's a lively venue where it's the Emirates Stadium, the home of Arsenal Football Club. Very nice venue, I have to say. If I could paint a picture, it's kind of quite Christmassy, isn't it here?
It really is. There's big baubles that probably actually lights, lamps. I don't know what you call them. There's the football pitch is 20 meters away from us.
Yeah,
well, it's incredible.
There we go. We've got a view of the elite tournament there. On the right-hand side, you can see the players, and there's the arbiter just walking in front there. And then behind the tape, behind the barrier, then that's some of the games from the Open tournament. There are other halls here where games are being played, but it's a really smart venue. It's the sort of corporate hospitality area of Arsenal Football Club, and we have this extraordinary view through these plate glass windows onto the pitch, which it's just spectacular, actually. So as a football fan, I'm really enjoying being here, actually.
Even as a Brentford fan, you're happy to step into the home of a Premier League rival? And
I am. Actually,
for the sake of chess.
I'll tell you, I've just got time for a quick story because I've got a friend who's an Arsenal supporter, and I thought I'll go into the club shop and I'll buy him a mug.
That's
okay,
nice
so yeah, well there you go. So
good friend.
So I walked into the club shop, but I was wearing my Brentford hat. I thought I'd push it. Anyway, I went to the checkout and said, could I have this, please? And the guy just kind of looked at me and said, "Are you an Arsenal member?" If I was going to get a discount, I should have brazened it. But he didn't kind of look up at my woolly hat with my Brentford symbol on it. But anyway, I started comical moment. I had to deny it. I was no Arsenal member. But anyway,
so you paid full price.
I paid full price with my Brentford hat on. Yeah. Cool. We've got some moves.
We do.
David, where are we going to go first?
Games have started. Wow, it looks like lots of Roy Lopez, lots of E4, E5, a couple of Sicilians. Which game were you most excited about today?
Well, I would like to check out Luke against Alireza. Luke McShane against Alireza Firouzja. Luke, 41 years old, feels like he's been around the scene for, decades, because he has. It's extraordinary,
He was World Under-10 champion
just
last week, it feels like.
Duisburg 1992.
Exactly. I'm glad you remembered the year.
Well, I was there.
Nice.
Not playing, I should emphasize. But yeah, as the trainer for the England team. So there we are. And playing against Alireza Firouzja, now resident and citizen of France, and originally from Iran. So we've got an interesting game because it's a Najdorf, an opening that I really enjoy from both sides. Have you dabbled?
On the white side. On the black side, I've never been brave enough. Really? 2 or 3 games here and there, but only if I can really predict what my opponent's going to do.
Okay.
Just because there's so much to know, Danny.
The body of knowledge is huge. If it's difficult to dip in. You've got to say, right, I take this one seriously. So interesting that Alireza has gone for it, but I suspect he knows that Luke, you never know what you're going to get with Luke.
Yeah.
It could, Luke likes to sort of take interesting, variations, interesting paths. So I think probably a good choice from Alireza.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing alongside Luke on the England team for a long time, 20 years nearly, and some openings he comes well prepared with these weird ideas, like you said. They're always a bit kind of deceptively dangerous.
Yeah.
sometimes he turns up and you can tell he's freestyling, and so I never know. And when I've played against him every time, I'm always kind of unsure as well. But maybe just a quick action replay because, just for viewers at home, this is the Open Sicilian and now the Najdorf with a6. But after bishop to e2, e5 is one of the two main moves. Were you an e6 or an e5 player, Danny?
Well, e5, but also I'd like to play g6 in this position.
Okay. Like more Dragodorf.
Well, but with the bishop on e2, then I always felt that if my opponents were playing bishop e2, then they liked those kind of fixed structures with e5. I mean, e5 was my main move.
Okay.
But actually, g6 I used to play because it keeps more tension. And I felt that against some opponents, it kind of suited me rather than them because they wanted a fixed structure. Do you see what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
I think if I were playing this with white and I had a very specific idea in a main line and my opponent suddenly played g6, it would be at least take me a while to adjust. So
I had to choose my opponent. Let's put it like that.
Yes.
Yeah, e5, of course, is the most sensible move and the one I mainly played.
And after the knight goes back, I mean, my outdated knowledge of this position as black is that you shouldn't play bishop e6 too early because white gets to play f4 very quickly. Like bishop e7, the few times I have played this, was the move I was playing. And only after bishop e3 would black play bishop e6 because now after f4, white takes and the white bishop has lost a move, simply lost a tempo. And this is quite a well-known variation. So after bishop to e6, Luke has played f4 and wow, just bishop e7, provocative.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, as you say, bishop e6 was always deemed to be just a little bit inaccurate, but I mean, that's fascinating that he's provoking f5.
Yeah, I think I have seen Anish Giri do this, the Dutch grandmaster, the specialist in this opening nowadays, but...
I mean, this is very risky. I mean, I think
it feels wrong.
But very interesting that he's provoking this.
Mm-hmm.
But so is his idea after f5 to play bishop d7 round to c6 just to attack this? I mean, I've dabbled with nonsense like this in the past.
What's the French for nonsense? What's Alireza?
You should know better. Your French is excellent.
It used to be. But yeah, it does look odd. I guess given 2 or 3 moves, black plays bishop c6, maybe even break out with d5.
Yeah. I remember I played, this was some time ago, I was playing the white side of something very, very similar against a Latvian player called Alvis Vitiugov. He was a bit of a, almost like an anti-hero in the Soviet Union.
Okay.
He was from that Latvian school of chess where, you know, the kind of Tal, Shirov, Shabalov.
Very aggressive players, quite bohemian sometimes.
Very unorthodox, very bohemian. Mm-hmm. And he played something really similar and provoked me into playing f5. Actually, I think I might have just, to be honest, I can't remember the exact thing. I might have gone g4 or something ludicrous first. It wasn't exactly this position, but his idea was the same, to provoke me into playing f5 and then reroute the bishop to c6.
And could it be just like that g6 move you mentioned, maybe tailored against the opponent? Luke doesn't go into main lines too often, especially in the Sicilians. We saw him yesterday against Mickey. He's had a double white, actually, to start off this round robin. There's always one who starts with 2 whites in a row, and Luke tends to dodge the main lines. So could this be an attempt to just throw him off? Alireza likes to kind of create those types of positions. It's just really chaotic, and maybe Luke won't like that.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this. So I'm just looking up on my database. The vast majority of games have gone f5. And I'm curious to see who's played this with black. What kind of caliber of players? So if I look, Sarana has played this in February 2025 against Smirin.
Former European champion, can't be too bad.
Yeah.
And I guess the bishop retreated. There's probably, just for everyone at home, a positional mistake to give up the bishop for the knight here, just because white's going to get access to all of the light squares. Unless black has something very direct here, then white is going to get a great grip on the center. So he went back.
So it went bishop d7, bishop e3, bishop c6, bishop f3,
defending,
knight d7.
Yes.
Now g4.
I was waiting. It was a matter of time.
Exactly. So, I mean, basically, if white can push through g5 successfully, then this would be complete domination.
Yeah.
So it's gone. It went h6, h4, b5,
Okay.
a3,
Wow.
a5, g5. He's got it in.
This is wild.
Exchange on g5.
Takes.
Exchange on h1. Knight h7. g6. Now, has white gone too far? Knight hf6.
Okay.
G takes f7, king f7, and the game reeled on.
Okay. Wow.
Which very long game, really chaotic. This is a really interesting position, actually.
This would be fascinating, and it's very forcing. So it's quite possible that Alireza has looked at something like this and has thought, okay, it's fine. If Luke wants to go route one, talking of football, route one straight for the king, then at least black survives and gets a middle game. I guess the black queen is swinging over.
I think what's interesting about this position is that it's not quite clear whose king is better. It might be that black's king is actually safer on the f7 square. Because where is white's king going, actually?
Yeah, where's that king going? It's not casting king side, I can tell you that.
Not anymore.
Queen side feels fraught with danger as well.
Yeah. Anyway, we're diving down a rabbit hole here.
But I think realistically deep, because if Luke starts pushing the pawns forward, then this is very possible. This type of thing, at least.
Yeah, it's somehow very consequent, isn't it? Yeah, in some way, as you say, it's very forcing. Once white starts pushing those kingside pawns, black has to react in some way. Yeah, really interesting. So Luke is still thinking in this position. I mean, of course, white can play in other ways. You can play just castles kingside here.
Yeah.
And these are very old positions discussed, in the 1960s, 1970s.
Yeah.
Queen c7.
I remember once getting told off by Nigel Short that I hadn't studied this position. Some games from the 80s.
Quite right. Quite right.
I mean,
no, I hope you were chastened by Nigel's words.
He was like, "Don't you know this classic? It was obviously this Kasparov game," and it went over my head. I think I was 14 years old at the time, and
oh really?
I was like, "Okay, I'm going to spend a year of my life looking at Sicilians."
Dave, still no excuse.
Yeah,
14.
I mean, 20 years later, I still haven't looked.
So it was basically you checked out of all the Sicilians after that. You just thought, oh, too much.
I tried, Danny, but it takes a brave man, I think, for both sides, those types of positions.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but okay, that one's brewing very nicely. Should we switch and move somewhere else? Where do you want to go to?
Okay, so we have one Sicilian. Did we have a second Sicilian? No, it looks like just e4, e5 elsewhere. Okay. A game we mentioned earlier then.
Yeah.
A clash between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Abimanu Mishra, and it's another theoretical battle. Should we go from the start or should we jump in?
Go on, from the start. Okay. We've got time.
We've got, a little bit of time. Okay, these two know a thing or two about openings. So we see a Roy Lopez, Spanish, a6, and this very trendy line. I never really know what to call it. I used to think it was the Mullah, and then I was told it was the Archangel, and then the Dark Archangel, the Neo Mullah.
Yeah, anyway, where black plays bishop c5.
Exactly. Bishop c5 in the Spanish. That's what I know it as. White plays a4, rook to b8, and it's been very trendy recently to take on b5 and play this variation. At the World Cup, this happened several times, knight takes e5, and this variation with d4, hitting two pieces. But in this position, it can get a bit scary for the white bishop, which soon might find itself a bit offside. So Nodirbek, maybe aiming to avoid that trend, pushes c3. This is the other main line. d6, d4, and a5. I must confess that I once blundered here by taking on a5 when I was very young.
and tell me what happened after that.
Knight takes a5. The refutation is not obvious, but it's rook takes a5, a exchange sacrifice. And after d takes e5, it turns out that black has no easy move here. If black, for example, takes back, then there's a queen exchange, and despite being the exchange down, white lands one of these forks and just wins the game.
Okay, and we can't move the knight somewhere sensible after d takes e5.
Yes, I think this is also possible, and if I recall correctly, it's something along the lines of knight to g5 here. Or is it just to capture first? Either way, white generates quite a big attack. Actually, I think it's to take first.
It's interesting. It's not so simple, is it?
No. And the problem is if black simply tries to take, then there's quite a big initiative here for white. And if black just tries to get on with it in castle, then after h3, the knight gets kicked.
Okay.
To some really bad squares, and something along these lines is just very strong.
Good to know.
For white. So anyone at home, don't blunder by taking a free pawn this early in the game if a super GM opponent does it to you. But Danny, you must have had some experience. You've been a Spanish player for many years.
Yeah. No, I mean, I absolutely love playing the Spanish with white. But maybe my favorite opening to play, I've never played it with black.
Okay. Sicilian all the way.
Sicilian all the way. Well, and a few other Frenchy caro things.
Okay.
But I just love the kind of strategic nature of it, that it can build really nicely and then suddenly, it can explode tactically. I love that white is playing often on both sides of the board. I don't know, some openings just kind of fit you like a glove.
Yeah.
Always loved it. I've often, in this kind of thing with the early bishop c5, I've actually often just gone d3 and played quite conservative. Well, at first, quite conservatively. Yes. Just another way to play it. But, I mean, there is so much theory. I mean, a5, has a5 actually been played?
a5 was played, yes.
Yeah, because, of course, there are lots of lines with taking on b5 and knight a3, which introduces... I mean, there are hundreds of games being played like this. So it's... When you're playing with black, golly, you really need to know your stuff. Have you dabbled with black on this?
Again, maybe a handful of times. I actually, back when I was playing it, this line with knight to a3 was the most popular.
Right.
It was the main line, and often, again, for those at home, after capture, black brings out the bishop, and black's happy to give up the b5 pawn. It's possible to take on d4 first, and there's just tactics along this file. Maybe you get a better pawn structure with black after white takes back, g takes f3. But every time I played this with black, I was a pawn down, looking for some murky compensation and struggling just to draw. And I realized if I want to make a draw with black, I might as well play the Berlin, knock down a pawn. So I turned away. I turned away quite quick.
I mean, there were some players that kind of specialized in this. I think I seem to remember Shirov was the big one. But wasn't there a game in the Karyakin-Carlsen World Championship match from 2016 where I think Magnus tried this with black and he suffered, I seem to recall. Yeah. Maybe my memory's...
You might be right. I think you are.
Yeah, it wasn't a happy choice, basically.
I mean, Magnus has played this with white and black. He won a very nice game against Caruana with the black pieces, and then color switched, and then he won a very nice game with white against Caruana. It was very interesting. I think all of the top players have played this at some point, but it is a lot of memory work nowadays.
Yeah, but somehow it does feel a bit dubious for black. But maybe that's just my Spanish prejudice. Little bit dubious.
I'm guessing you'd take white.
I would, but okay. Again, that's just my prejudice.
Another big specialist in this opening from the black side is Gawain Jones. He's gone in and out. Lately, he's kind of put his bishop on e7 rather than on c5. Okay. But I think for 5 years, there was a stretch where he was playing this game in, game out with black, and I never played e4 against him just because of this.
Really?
This lion, yeah. He just knew everything, and
wow. Okay.
I was always too reluctant to sit there with a computer for 6 hours before the game.
You chickened out.
Chickened out.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. Dave.
I mean, yeah, chicken chess club. That's
yeah. No, fair enough. I mean, one of the big things about opening preparation, of course, is that sometimes you've got to know what to avoid, and well, it's a good example.
Yeah, you've got to know what you like and
exactly
what your opponents like, and I always tried to steer clear of what my opponents wanted. So this is the live position. Yeah, it does feel dubious for black. I mean, maybe there's no immediate threat. Since e5, after capture, it's likely the queens will come off, so the pin will be broken. But it does feel very shaky. It's like one mistake and you're done.
Yep.
So it's very high responsibility. Opening choice by Mishra.
But as we know from yesterday, he is such a hard worker.
Yeah. And
well, I mean, his performance in the FIDE Grand Swiss was absolutely remarkable. Absolutely brilliant games.
Yeah. Yeah, I was reading he went on this unbeaten streak. I think it was around 60 plus games, and then eventually he did lose one, and suddenly it was like 3 or 4 in a row during the US Championship. So I think at this age, like, he's still testing boundaries, but to go unbeaten against super grandmasters in the Grand Swiss it shows that his ceiling is so high.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on. We'll let them work that out.
Yeah, he's going to play h6, and then after bishop h4, he'll think a bit more.
Think about
whether to.
But this is the thing, it's to play this as black is so scary. Would you voluntarily allow white this beautiful pin with the bishop on g5? And no, I'll join you in the chicken chess club. Definitely, it looks too scary to me.
Yeah, we'll see, especially against someone like Nodirbek, who's a famed attacker. So we'll see if Mishra can find a solution to this pin. And like you said, maybe we check in elsewhere. Okay. Which other games? There's 3 we haven't covered.
So Sam Shankland against Pavel Eljanov. So I don't think they've played before, at least according to my database, which is not comprehensive. But I don't think they've actually played before.
Yeah. Have you spoken to Sam since he's arrived in London after his
his
World Cup
we had
journey?
a quick chat after the game yesterday, and well, I mean, it was immediately after the game, and he was very much still in the game.
Okay.
And
classic chess player. We're always
he was kind of still. He hadn't quite kind of relaxed after the game, I have to say. But yeah, he seemed fine. I mean, he had a fantastic World Cup tournament.
Yeah.
I think as we know, he works incredibly hard, really well prepared. But he struggled in the game yesterday, but found actually an extraordinary way to draw the game. I don't know if you saw it, but it was like study-like when he was attacking these rooks. Yeah, with the bishops attacking the rooks.
Rotating literally around each other, right?
It was mad. I mean, fantastic calculation, actually. So, he was, he said, it's kind of a bit of a relief for him. And does his confidence a lot of good to actually play a really good World Cup.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you make of his final match against Yesipenko?
Yeah, it was difficult because it got decided, of course, in the tiebreak.
Yeah.
Rapid. It's hard to be harsh on anyone. I mean, I've lost every time I've played the World Cup. I've also lost in the rapid or blitz tiebreaks. But I mean, I think for Sam, maybe he wanted it so badly. This is the second time he's been in the quarterfinals. Maybe he felt this was his moment. The World Cup, I mean, as everyone who was watching it will have known, like the draw just opened up. Suddenly everyone could see their path to the final. They thought, okay, they have their shot. And to lose in the rapid, it was the first game that he lost, I think, that broke him. And I mean, it
was a tough one. But actually, before then, he'd had really strong opposition and played extremely well. So, I think it was about time.
It was,
he had some nice results actually, because he's it's been a bit little, I mean, by very high standards, a little bit mixed. US Championship was not so great.
Yeah, both of these players, their peak was, I mean, pretty much 100 points over what they are now.
Yeah.
Sam, when he won the US Championship, he was 27-30. He looks, his openings are just incredible. And Pavel, he was world top 10 at some point after gaining 150 points in the space of 2 years. And nowadays, mostly a coach. But okay, in terms of the position, just a quick run through, because I'm interested on the move order here. We see an Italian. No Lopez, sorry, Danny. But an Italian. There's always an Italian every round, it feels like, at the top level these days. Bishop e7. I'm also a big fan of this move. Cuts out a lot of the modern theory with bishop c5.
Yeah, you've got to deal with all that bishop g5 stuff. It's scary.
Exactly. Now bishop g5 is just a shot in the dark. Doesn't really do much.
No.
Knight c3. And I have noticed a lot of players are starting to delay castling. a3, d6, they're just developing. And after h3, white is very much hoping for the move h6.
a3, h3. What is this?
It's modern chess, Danny.
This is Patz's chess. I always tell my students, you don't make these little ears.
Get castled
These
quickly.
little ears. You don't, it's just a waste of time. Dave, what's he doing? He's mad.
He's mad, but white, there's method behind the madness.
Come on, tell me.
White has delayed castling because if black plays the move h6 too early, it's what they call a hook. And white goes g4, g5, and thanks to the bishop, a rook will land on g1. It's, I don't want to exaggerate, but it is close to checkmate. It's scary. So it's a beginner's trick, maybe, I'll say. But some have fallen for it.
In fact, there was a fantastic game in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Now, hang on. Now, who was it?
Lodici against Sevian.
Was it Lodici Sevian?
I think so.
Again, in a I think it was a Giocopiano.
He played a3 very.
And he just king h2, g4, g5, and then just doubled brought his rooks to the g file, stacked on f7, and it was game over. It was like there was no diversion whatsoever. So, absolutely. I mean, I very much like this attack, of course.
Caveman chess, but effective.
Yeah, very effective, yeah.
And that's why it tends to be not a good idea to play h6 until the opponent has castled. Maybe it's a different game we're thinking of because Lodici just went h3. He didn't even play castles, king h2. He just went rook g1 and g4.
We're thinking of a different game.
It might be.
Idani?
Oh, he's the kind of player who would do that as well.
Idani Dubov, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Very possible.
Anyway, doesn't matter. We know what we're talking about here.
We've seen this before.
We've seen this before, yeah.
Okay, it's always different move orders in the Italian. But here, Eljanov, big opening expert, has been a second for world champions. He plays bishop to e6. And, okay, maybe black is getting ready to play d5 to break in the center, and it's a game of chicken again between the bishops. Who wants to take who? I guess if white takes, then black's very quick with d5. Maybe the knight on c3 is misplaced, walking into some forks. And likewise, if white just waits and castles, maybe d5 is a healthy pawn break for black. So knight to g5, losing 2 tempi just to try and persuade black to take this bishop.
But it's funny, it might be provoking black into playing h6, which, as we've been talking about, is somewhat fraught.
Yeah, maybe white, I mean, justified to go queenside now with the king.
And not so stupid, actually. The king is, I think, particularly with the pawn on a5, actually, is relatively safe.
Yeah, that's because black can't break out
exactly.
b5.
Yeah.
And white will wait until the last moment to decide which way to go with the king and then throw some pawns forward. And this is scary for black.
Yep.
Okay, he has just taken the bishops off the board, so...
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have to play h6, of course. Perhaps... that knight, I'm looking at knight d7, I don't know. I'm not sure where is it going to spin around potentially c5 to e6 afterwards? I don't know. Or f8.
Very possible. If white goes back, then... Yeah, maybe c5.
Maybe. Of course, we're looking at that. But I think it should be okay for black.
It should be fine, I think.
Yeah.
And if white castles, maybe around to e6, and eventually black can try to build. Still need some time. This looks okay. I think I prefer this to positions with the pawn on h6.
Yeah, should be all right. I think what's important, at least from Black's viewpoint, is that White doesn't have a sort of very quick pawn break on the queen side. It takes, I mean, the knight is very nice on d5, I guess. Oh, well, b5, excuse me, b4,
b5, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's still in the balance.
Which side would you take in the live position?
I'm probably White.
Yeah, I think I agree. White as well. I'm also slightly biased because it's Sam Shankland. He's barely used any time on the clock, and
yeah.
I know how good he is in openings. I think every time I've played him, he's played the first 20, 25 moves, like in a heartbeat, barely paused.
But that's interesting, because, you know, I think we've all encountered players like that who just kind of wheel moves out very quickly, and sometimes it's just unlucky. How do you cope with that mentally?
I sit there for 30 minutes telling myself off that I should have studied harder in the morning. And
okay, once you've beaten yourself up, you've calmed down.
Once you've calmed down. I try to throw my opponent off a little bit at least.
Yeah.
I sometimes on purposely don't look for the best move necessarily, or I try to steer clear of anything forcing. Because it's likely if the opponent's studying hard with computers, they've looked at all the direct attempts, the long variations. So something a bit slower, you know it might not be the best, but you survive, and at least you've been thinking before the opponent. You've got your brain working before the opponent has clicked into gear. They're just in recall mode. So
that's interesting how computers have had basically an effect on the way you're thinking, because you are very wary that you could be falling into something really very, very deep if you make kind of the obvious move.
Exactly.
Are you getting psyched out? Or is that the danger? I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm being provocative here, but
some people do it. As you mentioned, there's a lot of players who try to bash out the moves quickly, and a lot of people do it like just for the bluff, just for the mental, like the psychological aspect. So it's kind of knowing your opponent. If you think they're bluffing, then you might have to call the bluff. Otherwise, there has been a trend in the last few years, people steering clear. Like they're trying to surprise each other on move 5 or 6, not on move 15 anymore.
But also there is a danger if one is bashing out the moves very, very quickly. Sometimes you're not actually thinking clearly. You're just reproducing by rote these moves. And if the path does veer, somehow you're not actually fully in the game yet. So there is a danger in just whipping out the moves quickly.
Yeah, there's a big phenomenon of players, as soon as they're out of theory, the first move they have to make on their own, it's a mistake. As you say, because they're not quite adjusted yet.
I mean, it was always like that, you know, pre-computers, but now it's kind of, it's even more extreme.
Even more. Because the positions tend to be a bit more irrational, maybe computer-esque.
Okay, so this one's brewing nicely. Could get interesting. Well, it's interesting already, but should we move on to another? Let's look at Luke's game.
Let's do it. Luke's game, and pawns are flying forward. We were half joking with that long variation, but it might be possible. Just to recap for everyone at home, we left it in this position where Alireza was saying, "Please come at me." And Luke said, "Yes, please. I'll throw some pawns forward." Slightly different move order to the one
he did play g4.
We mentioned g4.
Listen, I've got to look. I've got to find my game against Vitiugov because it was. I wonder how it was. It was very similar to this.
And I mean, you've known Luke since he was 10. Like, do you think this is something he's going to embrace? The challenge? It's kind of no way back.
Yeah, but absolutely. You know, he doesn't mind playing, let's say, slightly unorthodox position. Not this is very unorthodox, but there's a challenge here, and it's very, very sharp. I mean, his game yesterday against Mickey was pretty placid, to be honest. And I think both players were content just to play something very calm. But Luke can lock in and really, really go for it. And we know he can beat the absolute strongest in the world on his day. So always interesting to see.
It's nice as well. Sometimes playing a new opponent, I don't think these two have faced each other before. Sometimes playing a new opponent is freeing. Like Luke against Mickey, I've seen them play that exact same opening, the exact same pawn structure. I don't know, 20, 30 times. It's like deja vu.
And the game yesterday,
the game yesterday. So it's hard to get the energy as a player to find something new and to be creative.
That's the impression I got from yesterday.
So I think today, like the fact that Alireza is saying, "Let's fight," Luke is going to say, "Yes, please." And
No, this is superb. So yeah, if white plays bishop e3, then it transposes to the game that we were looking at earlier. So yeah, I mean you've mentioned h4 there already.
H4 early is a bit risky, maybe.
Funny as knight. Is that possible? Just to
knight can move. But
exactly.
Don't know where exactly. Somewhere.
Just to hit h4 looks. I assume that's okay for black, as g5 isn't possible.
Yeah, g5 is not advisable.
Yeah.
So yeah, bishop e3 has just been played as well.
Okay.
So the idea will be, if black makes a random move, h4, and now it's, at the very least, maybe there's something better, but white can defend this pawn. So we're expecting the move bishop to d6 to attack the center, and for Luke to defend it.
Unless, yeah, I mean, bishop c6 is kind of the natural move in inverted commas, but could you play b5 first? I don't know if it's...
Yeah.
I prefer bishop c6, but I'm just for the sake of argument, really.
Yeah.
It's probably not really a threat, b4, because knight d5, I think is okay. Oh, this is a check on h4. Okay, this is a bit bonkers.
So, for example, yeah, h4, the b5, and there is maybe an issue here of this pawn hanging.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop c6 first, and then take it. Yeah, this is probably something to avoid for white. It's like a mirror image. Like white played g4, black plays h6 to slow him down. So after b5, probably white does the same, like to slow black down. And then both bishops need to defend their rooks in order to open up with with h4 g5 or a5 b4, and the bishops, they defend.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's
interesting.
Very, very tense. And yeah, roughly as we were considering before. So you just played bishop c6, or okay. And bishop f3 came very quickly. I can see that. It's funny, Alireza yesterday, when Alireza and Sam came into the commentary room to have a look at their game, Alireza seemed really spaced out. I mean, Sam was, as often, very, very intense, as we say.
Yeah.
But Alireza was just kind of, and I said, I can't remember exactly what I said, but he reacted with, my God, I just couldn't think.
Yeah.
He said, it's been months since I've played a classical game. And he said, my mind was just kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
So words to that effect. I mean, it was really, he was very candid, actually. I was really surprised.
Yeah, it's nice to see. Like, it's quite relatable, I think, for
totally.
Well, for myself, but also I think players who are maybe a bit more rusty or focusing on other things. I mean, he plays like so much blitz chess, so much rapid chess, and it's a totally different game.
Exactly.
And he skipped the World Cup, which I was shocked by. I thought, I mean, at his age, this is a huge opportunity. If he gets to a match against Gukesh, he's probably a favorite. I thought this was his. I mean, he showed a couple of years ago by trying to make it to the candidates last minute how much he wanted it, and to skip his last chance of making it there, I thought was a bit surprising. But
he came. Hang on, from memory, he came close in the FIDE Grand Swiss, didn't he?
He did. He was just missed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the last round, he was pressing
against
Baum, that's right. Yeah, of course.
So he came so close in the Grand Swiss, and then to not play in the World Cup, where 3 qualification spots available.
We're going to have to get to the bottom of this, Dave. We've got to ask him.
I didn't play either, so I shouldn't judge. But
yeah, well, I mean, I said to him yesterday. So I said, "What have you been doing with yourself?" And he went, "I don't know." It was a very inconclusive answer, but if I can get him in a good mood, I might press that one. Because I mean, to me, it's very surprising. He's one of the strongest players in the world. You know, he's only 22 years old.
22.
Wow! Don't you want to qualify for the candidates, the most prestigious tournaments in the world, basically?
Yeah,
I think.
I agree.
I'm still a traditionalist.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, he's got plenty of chances ahead, but it often takes a game or two. I think for anyone who's not played classical for a few months, it often takes a round or two to get back into the game, up to speed, to actually enjoy it again. So hopefully if he joins us today, he'll be less...
Are there any games we haven't actually checked out yet?
Yes, that is a couple of games involving the English players.
Well, yeah, let's go there. Yeah. So let's go to Mickey.
Okay. Michael Adams against Nikita Vitiugov. And... Okay, we're back to the Roy Lopez.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
So e4, e5. We saw Spanish earlier. That was a variation with a quick b5 and bishop to c5. That was Abdusattorov Mishra with black. This time, Vitiugov, he's more classical. He puts a bishop on e7. And you mentioned playing pawn to d3. It's often not necessarily a sign that things are going to be so slow, but it does dodge very well-known paths. So b5, for example, there won't be any marshal action with d5. White plays very slowly here. And I do wonder whether Mickey's playing like this. I mean, he's played the Spanish his whole life, of course, but he's playing especially this system with d3, c3, because with black lately, he has had some tough games against this specific system. And okay, knight to b8, not a mouse slip. It's a well-known opening. The Breyer, the knight comes back round, gets out of the way of its c-pawn. The knight's done its job on c6, and
yeah, the knight just gets in the way on c6, and I mean this formation of pieces. It kind of makes me laugh. But, you know, I never played e4, e5 as black, but actually, I mean, I can completely relate to this system, the Breyer system in particular, because with the bishop on b7, knight on d7, knight on f6, bishop on e7, it's a Najdorf.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, actually, a lot of the Breyer positions and the Zaitsev system are when the pawn comes to d5 and then black plays c6. I mean, it's basically a Najdorf.
Yeah. Wow.
Dave,
you've just blown my mind. I can't believe I've never thought of this. The pieces here, I'm going to quickly click on another game.
Yeah.
Where is that one?
Well, you could click on
Alireza.
Yeah.
The pieces here, and okay, next move he's going to put the knight here, and it's the exact same thing. Wow.
So why didn't
Danny? You're teaching me.
I could have been a far more solid player in my career if I'd just kind of, you know, just made that shift.
Exactly. White doesn't get pawns to f5 in the Spanish.
That's true. Yeah.
So, okay.
But the strategic ideas are often really, really similar.
Yeah.
With black fighting for, and both players fighting for control of d5. I mean, it's a bit different in the Spanish with the pawn on c3, because very often white, well, as we've seen here, white breaks with a4, and there's action on the queen side, which of course doesn't happen so often in the Sicilian. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is the live position. We saw the bishop back to f8, which I guess sometimes happens in the Najdorf still, but after b4, c5, yeah, Mickey is thinking what to do next. If black gets one more move and plays d5, it looks very healthy for black. To my eyes, at least. It feels like white's not quite organized. Normally you want a knight on g3 by now, or... I'm not sure about this b4 move.
Yeah.
Which way is black taking if I take this way?
I would think pawn.
Pawn, probably.
If possible.
Knight takes is more Najdorfy, but you might get hit.
Yeah, maybe. Or the pawn on b5, you know, maybe takes and rook b1 or something, I don't know.
Weakness.
Yeah, I think I'd probably prefer pawn takes, just to keep them together.
So, okay, so c5 if take.
But I'm not quite sure what white does next.
I'm never sure about these positions if black plays b4 as well in the near future. Or maybe black builds up to play c4 to try and wreck the structure. It feels like the white knight should be heading back at some point. But
yeah, I mean, I want to play rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1.
To press that pawn, but it doesn't do too much. You know, bishop c6, super solid.
Super solid. That's Nikita's middle name.
Well, both players. Mickey and Nikita Vitiugov. I mean, very classical. It's very interesting in the game yesterday. So, really, very, very sharp opening leading to this middle game where, white is potentially attacking. And it sort of burnt out to an endgame, which was still actually really double-edged. And I was analysing with Stephen Gordon yesterday, and we were both trying to find a way for black, for Vitiugov, to squeeze something out of this endgame. We thought he was maybe on, the better side of a draw, let's say. But afterwards, when we were analysing, and basically he chose a line which just cut to a draw.
End of the game, yeah.
And he was just incredibly objective. He said, well, I realised in this position that I haven't got any serious winning chances. So I thought, I'm paraphrasing.
Sure.
He said, I thought it was better just to make a draw. Just check out.
Fair enough.
It was just so objective.
Save the energy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He obviously thought it's just not worth it. Not worth the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Or yeah,
sure. It's interesting you say that because I've played now alongside Nikita, I think twice for England at team tournaments, and I had an interesting conversation with him once at dinner because we were playing and there were 3 games left. We were clearly in trouble on one board, and then there were the two of us, and we had very tense positions. I was about equal, he was about equal, but still with a lot of life left. And Mickey was clearly struggling, and Nikita just forced a draw. And I ended up playing for 6 hours trying to win. I couldn't, and so we ended up losing the match. But then afterwards he was like, "Oh, I just wanted to give you clarity. Your job was to win." And I was like, surely we could have both just sat there, made the opponents a bit nervous, played on and kept the tension, kept the third board guessing as well. But I think he likes that clarity. It's like, okay, this is my job, this is your job. If it's a draw, it's a draw. If it's equal, it's equal. And for me, it's like
really similar kind of thing actually.
Yeah,
as happened yesterday.
So I was like, oh, I don't know. I've always been of the mindset I should play and wait and see, and if I get a chance, I get a chance. But I don't know. It's interesting, this psychology.
Well, I was telling you the stats earlier. Maybe I should reveal this to our audience. That Michael Adams and Nikita Vitiugov have played something like, I think, 8-9 times previously. All draws, apart from one game where Mickey won. So they've had all draws apart from one game. So I think if you enjoy betting,
high odds. But
high odds.
I quite like this last move at least. Maybe putting a knight on the rim.
Yeah, why didn't we spot that? That looks really sensible.
It really does. I mean, it crossed my mind, but I thought maybe after takes, black breaking out with d5, I was a bit worried about this. But then it becomes quite... maybe white just defends that pawn, to be honest. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I was only looking at this move, and then black
and the knight's trapped, I guess.
Yeah, maybe take and trap the knight, and black's won a pawn in the process. But Mickey in this position would just defend, just defend his pawn, and I guess his knight's quite well poised.
Yeah.
It's a jump.
Yeah, that's certainly, considering the alternatives, definitely the best. So basically, we were mentioning earlier the traditional knight jump of the knight on d2 round to f1 and then to g3, possibly sometimes even e3, but knight to g3. But Mickey's gone the other way, which, it does look really sensible. I mean, typical Mickey, picking off a square. Why not?
Yeah, probably black will react, maybe by taking first, but by moving the rook. And if the knight ever lands, then at least the bishop has a escape square.
Okay, but if the rook moves away from the a file, then white could argue that take, and he's achieved something because the rook is on the open file. So, okay, well, you never know. We might get a Mickey squeeze in this one.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if he does find something.
Let's look at Garwin's game, because we haven't even touched on that one.
Okay, wow.
So Garwin, the winner of last year's tournament, a fantastic achievement.
Yeah.
Should we go from the top?
Let's do it. Because some surprises to me. Theodorou, I've seen him win some incredible games. His deep preparation. I'm actually teammates with him in Germany as well.
Okay, because for me, he's like, who's this guy?
Yeah, I thought the same until he crushed me. I think it was like 6-1 in a blitz match on chess.com. And not many people do that. So he's very fast and very tricky. But if anyone wants to know more about Nicholas Theodorou, go check out his game against Rameshbabu in the European Team Championship in 2023. He won in like 20 moves in a Petrov as white.
In a Petrov?
In a Petrov.
Okay, stop the press.
mind-blowing preparation. And then, of course, he beat Gukesh as well. He beat the world champion in the Grand Swiss. So he's had a great year.
And let me see, how did he do in the World Cup? He did
okay. He lost in
round. He lost to Martinez.
Maybe.
I got that wrong.
Yeah, I remember I was slightly surprised he kind of limped out in the end, but
hang on.
He's been playing a lot of chess. Anyway, he's had a great year. Maybe not as good as Gawain's year last year, where he won the British, the English Championship, the London Classic. I'm surprised that Gawain, he's not a Queen's Gambit decline player. He's nearly always King's Indian. Like occasionally, for like 2 years in his career, he switched to Nimzo Indians. But Gawain playing d5 is already a shock.
Yeah, I just think of Gawain as fianchettoing the bishop.
Mr. Dark Squared Bishop.
Mr. Dark Squared Bishop, exactly.
Some Benkos, but mostly King's Indian defense. But I think, especially against Theodorou, being predictable is not a good thing. He's very, very sneaky with his opening prep.
Okay, that's interesting. Updates. In the World Cup, he got through the first round, and then he was defeated by Sindarov.
He was one of the many victims.
Actually, Sindarov outplayed him beautifully in an endgame. Yeah, it's all flooding back.
Yes.
I mean, his will to win is extraordinary. But anyway, that's another story.
It's interesting that you pulled up this game because Sindarov chose the Queen's Gambit declined, like very slow system. And Gawain's doing something similar here. Not the same exact thing.
A6.
A6 instead of
again,
C6.
These little pawn moves at the side of the board. I'm going to go nuts. I've always said about these.
Yeah.
There's a special place in hell for players that play these pawn moves at the side of the board because I see so many, how can I put it, not so strong chess players making these safety first moves. And often they're just a waste of time when you've got to develop your pieces. What's he doing? What's Gawain doing?
He's trying to say, I'm going to play the Queen's Gambit accepted in a better version. So if White, for example, brings the knight out, he's going to say, now I can take the pawn.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to defend the pawn. And I'm just a pawn up.
And indeed, this is, in fact, a very, very old system. My hero, Sultan Khan, played with A6, Rubinstein and others. So it's been known for, well, at least since the 1920s.
I like that book, by the way.
Thank you.
Sultan Khan.
Yeah, it's actually these days very, very acceptable. You don't dabble with you don't like D5, do you?
I don't. I've tried.
It's not your thing.
I've lost some of my most painful games in my career.
Okay.
On the fewer moments I have dabbled with the Queen's Gambit declined. So
yeah.
It's tough. And talking of those little pawn moves, I partly blame Magnus for bringing these back into fashion, but he's been playing H6 and A6.
I know. H6 is crazy.
Yeah, it's a full tempo. It doesn't develop, doesn't help anything. White, like some of the main lines in the Queen's Gambit declined to bishop f4 anyway, but Black just plays H6. And
well, in fact, maybe not H6 in this position, but after, let's say, knight 3, knight f6.
In this position, yeah.
And then knight c3, and then H6 here.
Yeah.
And, well, if you're going to kind of explain that one, it's not just to discourage bishop g5. But if White wants to play an exchange variation, so take and then play bishop f4, then Black gets to play bishop d6 in one move instead of bishop e7 and bishop d6. So there is actually a point to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm afraid I was never brave enough to play this move.
Yeah, I mean, I think people got there by kind of doing things from back to front.
Right.
Like you said, in some of these main lines, like bishop e7, some of these exchange variations. they realized that some of black's best ideas involve getting rid of these bishops with knight to h5. So you lose a tempo just to get them off, as you said, and then go back. So why not just wait, force the bishop to go to f4, or where it's easy to catch it. But okay, I mean, a6, h6, I think we're quite classical, so we...
Modern chess.
Yeah, this is modern chess.
What is the world coming to?
And it is very clever because now it's harder for white to defend c4. Like b3 is a bit of an odd one. I don't think I've ever seen that. If white plays e3, then the bishop can't come out.
But actually, against e3, then actually playing a6 is a very, very acceptable way to play, because you play with b6 and the bishop comes to d6. And with the pawn on a6, obviously it prevents knight b5. So this is a very decent system. And with colors reversed, of course, it's a Zuckertort. Absolutely acceptable. It's bizarre.
So it kind of encourages this move c takes d5, and they by force get this pawn structure that Sindarov defeated Theodorou in just very recently, a couple of weeks ago.
Actually, it went c6.
Yeah, but the same pawn structure.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah.
After
of course. Yeah.
Just with the pawn on a6. So eventually, okay, he doesn't put the pawn on c6. Not yet. Bishop to e6.
And knight d7, yeah, that's right. Because by keeping the pawn on c7, then you retain the option to play c5, as Dave's pointing out there. And with the knight on d7, then you can recapture with the knight and, hassle the bishop and perhaps later move into e4. So, that's the idea behind the system, basically. Or you can still play c6.
Yeah, as
you know.
And it's interesting, the psychology here, because this is the very well-known position, and I've seen so many grandmaster draws after the move h6, white retreats, g5, bishop g3, and black goes chasing the dark-squared bishop. And after bishop to e5...
Knight g7.
Yeah, black
or
goes
knight
back.
f6.
Both of these are possible. And then black's saying, I'm going to get your bishop unless you retreat it. And then this is a very well-known kind of silent agreement that it's going to be a draw. But of course, white has options. White doesn't have to move the bishop. White can just get queen c2, castle queenside, and becomes very, very sharp. So interesting that Gawain dodges any immediate kind of skirmish by playing c6. And to catch up, the bishop goes back anyway. Knight to d2, so covering the h5 square, meaning that black doesn't really have any incentive to play g5, and knight h5 impossible.
But also, after bishop h4, with the white knight on f3, of course, then knight g5 is sometimes possible. So,
true.
I mean, otherwise I'd rather not, if you don't have to play h6.
Yeah, it's a hook.
It's a hook.
So knight back to d2, the bishop comes out, castles. Now Gawain goes for it. He's so used to pushing g-pawns in his King's Indians that he plays g5 here, and take. And we see f takes. It's getting fruity.
Well, positionally, doesn't the guy know what he's doing? Dreadful move. Yeah. What a wreck of a pawn structure. Dave, come on, explain this one to me. Come on, what's this about?
Semi-open f-file, like in the priority, like in the order of things, semi-open f-file or backward pawn? Like what's more important? I think he kind of maybe was slightly scared as well of a later h5, h4 attacking his king, so he wants to be the one on the front foot.
When you've got Gawain opposite you, then you can bet that perhaps h5 is coming. So
better to attack him before he attacks you, because that's hopeless against Gawain.
I mean, this is with f takes g3. I mean, as a Queen's Gambit decline player, then sometimes I've had this or played against this structure, I should say.
Yeah.
And of course, with the pawn on g5, then f takes g3. It doesn't look very beautiful, but it's completely justified.
Yeah.
Because of those weak squares down the f-file. And now we've got an absolutely fascinating position. Black has to decide, well, where does that king go?
Yeah.
Not such a simple decision.
I think black's best move is g5 back to g7, and then you castle kingside.
Cheating.
Yeah, I think queen e7 is the move Gawain will want to play, and to keep his options open.
And potentially castle queenside.
Yeah. So, for example, if the opponent goes right, you go left, and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's possible to castle. I'll just put the king here.
Yeah.
But I'm I don't know. I'm scared of that.
Yeah, me too.
Is there any reason not to play this move? Maybe he wants to keep the queen.
I mean, one of the reasons I would be concerned about casting kingside is that, I mean, if white just plays very simply and queen, well, let's say c2 or e2, I don't know which one, and then just doubles rooks on the f file, that bishop on e6 really gets in the way. Once white doubles, then
maybe h3 is necessary just to
it could be.
But yeah, I mean, for example, random move, and this is scary already.
Yeah.
Followed up by the old classic bishop to b1, queen to d3, and come in on the diagonal.
Yeah. Just looks like black doesn't have too many moves, you know.
Yeah. This block of wood.
Yeah. Just gets in the way somehow.
Yeah, so...
But, I mean, who knows? Yeah, it seems, as you say, it seems right to move the queen out, to keep the flexibility, perhaps kingside, perhaps queenside.
Yeah.
Is that where we've got to in the game?
This is the live position that they spent a bit of time getting here. And Gawain is currently mulling over which way to go with his king. Yeah, maybe he was going to keep the queen on d8 just in case white ever goes, for example, pawn to e4, just to keep his queen kind of flexible to jump this way. But yeah, this would be quite committal to go kingside anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so that one's interesting. Typical. Yeah, see, if I were playing the Queen's Gambit, it would just be super dull.
Yeah.
With black, you know. Gawain's playing it, and suddenly we've just got, you know, a very, very tense, unclear position. Question of style. There we are.
Yeah. So, how are you feeling about the first hour of games so far compared to yesterday? Shaping up for more decisive results?
I think so, yeah. I would say so. Yeah. Although, yeah, as I said earlier, I found yesterday's round really, really interesting, actually, once we started, you know, delving into them. Yeah. But yes, I think the players are playing with a little bit more ambition than yesterday. It was like first round, you know, settling in, you know, how's the hotel? Yeah. It's a bit wet outside. You know,
get on the scoreboard, that's enough.
Get on the scoreboard, exactly. Yeah. And then see how you're feeling tomorrow. That was really what seemed like the attitude. Is that a move here?
This been played.
Wow.
You said it, Gawain. G for Gawain. He's pushed his G pawn. And
how interesting.
That would never have crossed my mind. I mean, I've played Gawain so many times at this point. I've lost count, but I still struggle to predict some of his moves. It just leaves this square. I mean, a white knight can sit on f4 forever. Maybe he's stopping those queen f3 ideas, or he's trying to lock white's kingside to push his h-pawn.
But as you say, the f4 square is now available.
Yeah. He's not going kingside, surely.
Probably not.
Surely.
Okay, an indiscreet question.
Yeah.
What's your record against Gawain like?
Ooh, probably around 50-50, I think, over the years. It started very bad when we were young. He was 3 years older, so he was at the upper hand, and then suddenly it turned and I was doing very, very well for many years. But then, I lost in the playoff for the British last year against him. So,
of course.
That was...
It's funny, that feels like prehistory.
I know.
I've got to remember it.
Me too. I think, especially at the London Chess Classic, we played so many knockout... there was this British knockout championship.
Oh, yes, that's right.
I think for 3 or 4 years in a row, I played him in the semi-finals. I won the first 3, and then eventually he got me. But then, it's always been up and down, and we've had so many, especially King's Indian fights. Like the Fianchetto King's Indian, I think we've had 20, 30 games alone. So
really?
Yeah, that's...
wow. So presumably you were on the white side.
I was always on the white side, trying to bang my head against a brick wall, and he was always finding these new ways to defend.
Yeah.
And I can attest to how energetic his play always is. You just never catch him on a day where he'll defend passively.
Yeah.
Ever. So
that's been my experience with Gawain as well. I've had I mean, I caught him at the kind of tail end of my career, but 2 games, and One, the position almost blew up, and the
You were trying your best to
yeah,
keep control.
exactly. I was trying to control it, and in the second, it did blow up.
Yeah.
Sadly, in my face. But it was absolutely fascinating game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a Najdorf.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it all happened.
Yeah, it's always fascinating when Gawain plays. Like I always learn a lot watching, and I'll learn today whether G4 is a good move or not.
Yeah. Okay. So what do we think?
I'm just struggling to understand the idea, unless it is just linked to just push and deliver checkmate. He must be going, like, he's keeping his queen flexible, but maybe to c7, h5, h4, castle long. He's saying to white, you have to get me now, maybe, otherwise I might get you. I don't know. It's bizarre. I wonder whether.
Okay, well, let me play. Well, I should say to our viewers, we're not using an engine, and I don't think we even have an eval bar, which is fine. I'd rather not.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what happens if white plays something very obvious. I'm going to play rook f4, and I want to, if possible, triple on the f file. Bring my queen over, bring the rook over.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah. Oof. Good question. I know I wanted to go to c7. Maybe I'll just step to e7.
Okay, so queen e2. I'll continue as advertised.
I just realized if I castle, then that darn pawn.
Yep. Tempting.
What would Gawain do?
h5 and rook h6 is possible, I guess.
h5. He would play h5.
Yeah, I think so. So rook f1.
f1.
And then push already, and you can always come back.
Yep. h4.
I mean, I was intending taking that, and if necessary...
Could get really sharp now.
Ooh, and queen h4. Wow.
This is Gawain Jones chess. Like, he'll play queen takes h4, and then
well, could you flick in g3 before taking?
Oh,
after rook f2.
That's true. Even stronger.
Is that possible?
That's what Gawain would do. And suddenly,
I mean, that's mad, isn't it? Yeah, suddenly we found ourselves with a lost position with white after playing some very natural moves.
Wow, he's just going to push and...
Yeah.
Okay, we see knight to e2. So this is, I think, it's the other setup. Put a knight on f4, close the door, and
okay, knight e2.
That's a nice outpost.
Let me look at that one.
Let's say black does the same, or...
I think having played g4,
Yeah.
is there an alternative? I don't. It seems to me you have to follow up in this way, otherwise there's no real point.
He said g, he might as well say h.
Yeah, exactly.
Knight to f4. Let's say both sides are consistent. Maybe now I'm a bit scared of knight takes bishop, and something along the lines of it's just one check. Maybe it's not the end of the world, but let's say I stop that. Let's say I defend my bishop.
But are you really going to recapture with the queen? I mean...
Yeah. Maybe now at least I'm more comfortable taking with the pawn and running away.
Run. Yeah. I mean, the king could also, after taking on e6, pawn takes bishop g6, I was going to suggest king f8 to g7, actually.
Yeah. Makes some sense.
Feels slightly safer there. I don't know why.
Yeah. Scary for one move, but then probably very healthy in one move's time.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure I want to take on e6.
Wow. Oh, sorry. So after, this position.
So what now?
I quite like it. Like, every time I see Gawain's, these types of ideas, I'm always so confused for the first 10 minutes, and then I'm like, wait, that's just really, really clever.
I'm just wondering, as white, how we're going to deal with h4. Are we going to leave it? Are we going to take? And don't know.
It's it's always tough. Like e4 looks like it should be something white's playing for, but it always feels like he's just loosening up himself, maybe. Maybe e4 here.
Okay, let's try.
No.
Blow it open.
Blow it open. It's a matter of time before Gawain blows it open, so why not? Blank play met by stuff in the center. It's black castle now, maybe.
It's funny that you mentioned that sacrifice on a6 earlier. I mean, it's a very unfortunate position of that pawn, isn't it?
If only it were back.
Yeah.
On a7.
You know, can we just go either queen a4, rook c1, which I don't know. Should we go? Let's go queen a4.
Okay, queen a4.
See what happens.
I'm slightly scared with black. Is king b8 asking for this? Okay, maybe I can take.
Okay.
And play this move.
So queen a5. Shall I keep going, or are you playing knight c4?
Yeah, but maybe it's not such a stable square for the knight.
Queen back, queen c3.
Yeah. I think I would take white just because it's such a beautiful knight on f4. Safe for king. h4, probably white leaves it.
In this case, yeah.
I mean, there's already a threat.
Yeah, looks pleasant for white, I would say. So yeah, okay, e4 is sort of in the air. Wow. Very, very sharp. I'm kind of amazed by g4.
Yeah. He could have been subtle about it and kind of saved it for later. Because now he's basically said, okay, play knight e2, please. Sorry, knight e2. Okay, classic Gawain. He wants to gain a tempo on his journey to castling queenside.
And then just castle.
Just castle.
Okay, so you know what I want to play? I want to go b4.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Even before I castle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I'm going to go the other way and no.
Be my guest.
And the idea is queen takes pawn. There's rook to b1 with a skewer, and queen to a3, hitting the bishop. Probably you just block.
I was hoping to play rook b3. Yeah. And yeah, if you want to take another pawn, well, that's life, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm normally quite pawn hungry, but
not this one.
Not this one.
Yeah, a bit of a car crash of a pawn structure.
Yeah. And this looks terminal for the black king, no matter where it goes. Okay, this is fascinating. I like your b4.
I don't know. I get a bad vibe about Gawain's position. I've got to say, it doesn't.
And yeah, it's a new position, never been played before. Probably not surprising.
Not surprising.
Yeah, b4's positional. It's not too committal as well. It's like enough to scare black from castling queenside, but it's also classic minority attack just in case. And
but also not necessary. I mean, one could, queen c2 or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, b4 is kind of, it's a statement, really, isn't it? Come on, you're not going to be safe there.
Yeah. Exactly. And yeah, castle if you dare. I like queen c2 as well, though. Just saying to black, your queen's on the wrong side of the board, so now your h5, h4 probably it's just noise.
But I like it that after b4, it sets up potentially a4, but also, knight b3 to c5 is very tempting. And then we've got both knights on really beautiful squares, actually.
Oh, true.
Why did I never play the d4 serious? I played it, but not kind of seriously.
Yeah. I remember preparing for you once, and it was always e4. It was mainly
e4.
Mainly the Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Gawain's taking big risks with black. Wow, it looks like there's one absolutely crazy game. Can we jump?
Go on.
And it's one we predicted would be wild, and it's this one. Abdusattorov against Mishra. And
g5 is on the board. Here we go.
Yeah, I was on the board in Gawain's game, and I was already excited. But this is another level.
I feel a sack coming, and the rook's already on e3.
I mean,
he's got the rook lift ready. Come on.
Well, okay, very quick action replay before we dive in.
Yes, please.
Because we left it with this awkward pin on the black knight. Black nudged the bishop back and wasn't brave enough to play g5 now, probably because of a sacrifice. And this already looks super scary for black. But we'll see something similar soon. Bishop h4, c5, chipping away at the center, but also maybe with c4 in mind. Knight c3 and just rook e8. Wow, super calm move. Rook e3. And Danny, this is like classic, just build up. I remember so many Kasparov-Karpov games where rook ended up on the third rank in the Zaitsev, and it was actually the a-rook often swings across and just checkmate.
Absolutely. I mean, this is I'm in my happy place in this kind of Spanish position. Lovely.
Yeah. The one downside in the Spanish is normally you don't want to part with your light squared bishop, but here it was traded off. But b4, knight into d5. Yeah, there's the pin, I guess. Bishop takes d5, takes, probably this leaves just the c4 pawn a bit vulnerable. And the structure, maybe he feared, like queen f5 coming, rook f1 still. And the black bishop on a7 really, really stuck.
Yeah, so, I think that's the key point, really, isn't it?
Actually, yeah, this is definitely the key point. The bishop never gets into the game.
Yeah.
So instead, he lashed out with g5 and, oh dear.
Dave, I'm just looking at the clock times.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming these are correct. They started off, we should mention the time control here, with 90 minutes, an hour and 30 to get to move 40, and then 30 seconds increments per move. Well, Abdusattorov has still an hour and 25 on the clock.
After 21 moves.
21 moves. So he's basically, in all likelihood, still in his preparation. Abhimanyu Mishra is down to 41 minutes. So I think, he might be out of his prep, but it must be something that Abdusattorov has actually examined previously.
And I've seen so many games of Nodirbek's where if he knows what he's doing, he can finish the game still with an hour on his clock, and he studied it all before.
Yeah.
There was a famous Naidorf game from the Olympiad last year.
Which one was that? Go on.
It was against Volokitin, where it was actually just all home cooking, and it was in a really obscure line as well. And he'd just seen it all. He had 1 hour 20 when Volokitin resigned.
I'll have to remind. I'm sure I saw it at the time. I'll have to remind myself of that game.
It was the cool one.
Normally Naidorf games, they register
on your radar.
I can't remember that one, but I'll look it up actually.
Yeah, but this is what I was saying, right? Like, it's such a high responsibility line, this whole bishop c5 Spanish. Like, you need to know every detail, and if not, then you could be stuck here. Like, psychologically, 40 minutes left, maybe just getting checkmated, and he won't have forced.
He's played knight g5.
Not about to do much. There we go. Knight takes g5.
Well, okay, it's the move that I was screaming to make. And we're going to assume that he's had this one before.
Could take here. There's probably two.
Okay,
three candidates.
With which piece? We're looking at all three captures. Yeah.
Which knight?
The good news from White's point of view is you can only take one piece at a time. That was Tal's theory. He put all his pieces on priests. He said, well, you can only take one at a time.
Which knight? Should we take the obvious one first?
Okay.
Let's try our best to survive.
Now, two moves.
With black.
Bishop g5 or rook g3.
Rook g3, there might be knight takes e4.
Okay.
Although, still scared. Defending.
No, fair enough. I'll take on g4. We'll try knight g.
How about this? Take.
Queen f5. Queen f5.
That's probably still too much material.
Take on d5.
Yeah.
Not so.
That's just one check.
Yeah, king f8.
And then I have to take, and I've run out of steam.
Yeah, not so clear. Okay, so we take on g5.
Take on g5. Back in this position, pin. So black has to now take the knight. I mean, now it's...
Now rook g3.
Yeah, but then bishop takes.
Bishop e4, then we shift queen d2.
Yeah, so let's play this.
How's that?
Just calmly move.
Queen d2, yeah.
Yeah, so not even discovered checking. Oh, wait, maybe...
So after bishop g6, you can play rook g6.
Yeah, rook g6.
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Checkmate. And I was thinking if the king moves, maybe now there's nowhere good to run with the queen, but at the very least, white can give a check.
That's true.
And now the king cannot cross into the path of its rook because the bishop drops and white is attacking for free.
Okay, so instead, do we find a square for the king where there's no check? So what about
so
king
here,
h7?
sorry, in this position.
Yeah.
King h7.
Does that make a difference?
Yes. This is wild. Check. You have to go into the corner, but it's fine. This is wild. Hitting the queen, hitting the bishop. White can't defend both.
Wow. That's nuts. Really interesting. Just go back instead of rook g7.
Instead of rook g7.
I mean, I was looking at shifting the queen across, but then queen f6, queen h5, queen h6, queen f7.
Check.
Still okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't see anything there.
You could take this and play on, but probably not the point.
No. Okay, let's just go back again.
So we should go back to probably bishop takes g5, bishop takes d5, and I really like the idea of rook g3, but
So let's just see that again. Rook g3.
Bishop takes pawn.
Okay, so let's go queen d2. Let's try queen d2. So I've got queen, if bishop g6, then queen f4, king g7, is that safe enough? Rook f3.
Rook f3.
Wow. Oh my word.
Rook g6.
d5.
d5, I'll try and take it.
You can take it. Yeah.
Counterattack the white queen.
And queen h4, queen h8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm doing this all through clenched teeth. But
yeah, no, but it's okay. Okay, so we need to go back. I was sort of...
Okay, so this one. Okay, bishop takes d5. What if white just...
Well, very
slowly.
Right, interesting. And you're basically saying you can't get out of the pin.
Yeah, and if black wants to trade rooks, then again, this bishop is in the corner's dead, and white will play.
And rook f1, queen f5. Yeah.
Black can never break this.
It could be really simple.
Yeah, but the final question here would be bishop takes pawn.
Okay, so now we play rook g3.
Yes. At least now we're only one piece down, not two.
King f8.
Yeah, which way? King f8 probably. King h8 is the other. Okay, king f8.
King h8 feels a bit fraught with a queen heading over to the h file somehow.
Yeah, queen h8, king h8, just queen f5 probably.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Take and mate.
Yeah.
King f8. Wow.
Okay, we need something on the e file.
Imagine playing this with black and your opponent's blitzed out every single move.
Yeah.
He's literally, until knight takes g5, he'd never spent more than 1 minute on a move. Nodirbek.
Incredible.
And Mishra does look quite stressed on the camera. At least until a second ago. Okay. Where is the knockout blow?
Quite see it, actually.
Maybe white doesn't need a knockout. Maybe just bishop h6 and then
e7.
Queen f5.
Oh, okay. Well, now...
I want to... but maybe...
well, that is a knockout blow if
white can land one more check.
Yeah. Okay, so queen c8?
Yeah, queen c8.
Or queen d7, I don't know which one.
Yeah, actually maybe queen d7 is better.
Yeah, okay.
Running away.
Oh, we've got to move.
We've got to move, so we'll go back to the game. We haven't even examined the other captures, but okay, he takes this knight, so we don't even have to look at the others.
Good, yeah.
So we were on the right track. Bishop takes, and moment of truth. If rook g3 works, it's game over. But if it doesn't, then...
he's taken on d5.
Okay, he's taken.
But also notice instantly.
The speed, yeah.
So I think he's still in his prep.
That's a red flag.
Absolutely scary.
Oh.
Is there a best game prize in the tournament? I don't know.
There should be. The Danny King best game prize.
The David Howe best game prize.
Is this the game of round 2 so far? The game of round would be
certainly could be game of the round. But I mean, when we were looking at that, there was some alternatives.
Yeah,
naturally, quite a lot. But
bishop takes d4 looks right
because after rook g3, king f8. I mean, it's not necessary to check straight away.
Yes.
So I was thinking queen d2, Queen f5, one of those moves, but queen d2 just to hit the bishop.
I like this.
And if bishop e5, well, we've always got f4, trapping the bishop.
That looks good. Well, c3 or knight.
Yeah, c3 is
c3.
slightly concerning.
Yeah. There's no. Is there a really subtle way of hitting this bishop, like rook d1 or something, just really slow and effective? I was even thinking, doesn't quite work, but in that variation you showed, I was even thinking of like f4, c3.
Okay, wait a second.
Can we just take?
Oh, well, okay.
It doesn't quite work.
Wait a second. What about queen takes c4? Is that possible?
We should have seen that. I should have seen that.
There is bishop b2, but even so, it might be useful because we can potentially shift the queen to h4. Don't know. I mean, maybe we should take our rook off. Yeah, rook b1 first.
And then switch.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so scary. We actually have another couple of moves. Rook takes e3 was played, which we kind of ruled out. Just to get some clarity before catching up with the game. Bishop takes d4. Should we check? Were you right?
Okay, let's find out. Go on.
First time today.
First time we're looking at the
Just since the game's moving so fast, but it would have been rook to g3, king to f8. It would have been rook d1 strong. Queen takes c4 would have been rook e4.
Rook e4. Okay, we missed that.
That's very difficult. But apparently bishop check, and same idea, just different order. Now queen takes, and this bishop is almost trapped. If it takes on b2, then black is just tied up in knots, and everything wins here. f4.
Okay, in this case,
bishop g5, everything.
I mean,
and
in a way, it's not. I mean, the queen is quite healthily placed on c4, but it's eliminating that defense with c3. Just actually very useful. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah. So catching up. Okay, I think we kind of guessed it, but that means he had to take rooks off the board to stop the swinging rook to g3. Okay,
but when we looked at this earlier, we thought this somehow looked a bit dubious for black because of the bishop on a7. But okay, he's played queen e8. So if bishop f6, he can take on e3 with check, and then the bishop on a7 is returns.
Back in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was only thinking of queen to e7, but then white can probably queen f2 at the very least.
Well, the pin is still very annoying, isn't it? Yeah. So on queen e8, then you have the option to sink the knight in on e4. Yeah.
Okay, so should we investigate a little bit further?
Go on.
Oh, bishop takes.
This has been played.
Wow. Nodirbek. You know this is classical chess, right? Not blitz.
So
this is the live position. He's won the piece back. He's a pawn up.
He's just saying, right, now job done, opening prep done. I've got my endgame where I'm a pawn up.
We've been sat here more than an hour and a half, and he's still in his opening prep. It's
extraordinary. Yeah.
That could mean two things. Either he knows this is just winning for white, or Mishra has spent time and found all the best moves. And that's why he's been able to get this far, because it's just like you look at the top computer line, you look at the top move. And
what's interesting, actually, is that bishop on a7 is still very poor. So the pawn on d4 is protected by the bishop on f6. And so the bishop on a7 is still actually trapped.
Yeah.
And I mean, the bishop on f6 is an absolute monster.
And it feels like the queens are forced to come off. Otherwise, black's probably getting checkmated. So my final question is after rook to b5. To try and take this pawn. Otherwise, I think black can just safely admit he's probably getting falling to defeat. White would have played rook e1, rook e7, and trapped that bishop. So rook to b5.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a really important move. Rook c1, I guess. Oh no, but rook d4, there's rook f5 check.
Yeah,
okay. Who's better and why? Yeah, king e3.
I mean,
Okay,
Call me crazy, but rook takes, king e3 takes. The bishop's still trapped.
how funny.
Although this is probably not a winning attempt for white.
Nah. Okay, but really interesting. But okay, of course I overlooked rook f5 check.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah.
Me too.
Well, it's possible to play king e3 so that after rook d5, then the d pawn is still protected. So rook f5 could be a move. So maybe g4.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's necessary. Just to hold the position.
I quite like it. The rook c1 in the air.
King e4 also
King
possible,
E4.
but yeah, as you say, rook c1 is what I want to play.
Yeah, I mean, I trust Nodirbek just because he seems to know what he's doing, but at least black is not totally lost.
No?
Still a bit of a fight.
Wow.
Maybe rook back to
Incredible.
b5, try to play d5. Eventually sneak the bishop round.
Well, yeah, rook c1 d5.
We're headed in this direction. Queen takes queen. I predict this will be the first game to finish, Danny.
You think so?
That's,
One way or the other.
They're nearly 30 moves deep.
Wow.
Some of the other games are barely past move 10.
Unbelievable. As you say, Abhimanyu might have simply found the only way out. Extraordinary.
And yeah,
Rook b5. I mean, to me, it looks like an only move, actually.
it has to be before white plays rook e1 and into e7.
I love the way Abhimanyu is kind of presents at the board. His whole attitude, it's very scary.
Very.
That face is, a picture of concentration.
He's become famous for kind of getting up and standing behind his opponent's shoulder and looking from the other side of the
Oh,
board.
really?
It was a bit of a meme at the Grand Swiss.
Oh, was it? I missed that one.
Yeah, he played Hans Niemann, and at some point for about 15 minutes, both players just got up and stood on opposite sides of the board, and they were just looking at each other. And it was Hans was somewhat kind of tongue-in-cheek.
I see. Okay, to me,
Making a point.
for me, that's a kind of bit of a faux pas if your opponent stands behind you.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's your feeling about that one?
As long as they're not like right on my shoulder, I don't mind. But it is a bit. It's an odd thing.
I think it's stretching it for
Yeah,
me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's not something I would do.
Maybe someone should have a quiet word. Dave, mentor.
If he comes and asks me for advice specifically on that, I will give him my opinion. But he's doing everything right.
Maybe not. You're
I
very
don't think
diplomatic.
I'm not the kind of guy to.
Yeah, definitely.
ask
I
someone
am. I go, oi.
Boy, let's do it. But he hasn't had the time to get up this game. That's the thing. He hasn't had the chance to stand away from the board, Abhimanyu.
But, I mean, the funny thing is that, Nodirbek has played these moves so quickly. But actually, Abhimanyu is going to make the time control easily. He still has half an hour left.
Yeah, and many of his moves might just be forced. Like rook to b5, we think is the only way. What else? The black bishop can't move. Pushing the pawns, I think white just takes and happily moves the king over to come and collect that pawn. The gate is still firmly locked for that bishop. So, I think process of elimination, rook to b5, for better or worse.
Listen, should we switch? I want to get back to Luke's game.
Okay.
Because we left it at a very early stage and it did have potential to actually completely explode.
Let's take a look.
Oh.
Okay, this is the live position. Almost what we predicted earlier, except white never played h4 and black never played a5. Interesting. Okay, what do you... Oh, I guess there's a concrete reason, but what do you make of white's last move to castle rather than taking this bishop while it was still there to be taken?
Wow. Well...
As a Nodirbek player, is it simply that rook takes knight is...
Well, I suppose it does clear the situation. And I mean, of course, there's rook c3. As you pointed out, knight c4 is also an option there. But also, perhaps just queen c7.
Yeah.
Maybe it just clears it. So the question is, can the bishop move back to a8? Can
That has happened.
Firouzja escape? Or is Luke, hang on, no, he can't sack on b5. Don't think he can.
Yeah.
As the knight takes and knight d7, I guess. And the danger has passed.
Always worth checking, though, just in case the opponent's
Of course.
blundered. Bishop to d2. That is not ideal for white. Very much guarded against the thematic exchange sacrifice in the Sicilian.
But I think black would be happy to see bishop d2 as it's moved off the diagonal pointing towards the knight.
But that's what they say about Luke's chess. It's a bit sticky. It's just always like he keeps the tension, makes sure he doesn't get knocked out, and then eventually he comes up with some deep plan.
Well,
probably not a deep plan here, just h4, g5.
I was going to say, if he achieves the deep plan of h4 and g5, then, but it's still a couple of moves away. And I always feel in these kind of Sicilian positions that even if white plays h4, there's always some break that you can pull with black. It might be d5 to sack a pawn. It might be something weird like h5, and then your knight leaps into g4 or something. D5 is normally the break. But
there's something like d5 here, or as you said, h5 and jumping.
It's just a bit scary that the king is still in the middle. You know, I need that rook on h8 in the game somehow. Okay, let's think of a move. And there is, of course, a simple move of knight c4.
Knight c4.
To put the rook on c4.
Inspired.
I mean, pretty standard. And then if we can get in b4 at some moment.
I quite like the idea. I mean, I like this too for black. Just pressure on e4 especially, but
it's a question of timing. If white has enough time to play h4 and g5, then okay, this plan is incorrect. But
maybe black just moves out the way and says, if you jump in the center, I'll take, and g5. Maybe it still happens. Can I ask, if queen c7? I just want to kind of pin the knight here. Okay. h4. Can black now break with d5? Trying to leave it to the last possible moment before g5 hits.
Well, if you can do it, as there's a pin on the c file, then it looks perfect. So I mean, after queen c7, let's instead of h4,
maybe king b1.
King b1 looks normal, doesn't it? Unless he's going to play bishop e1, sophisticated.
Oh, that's the Luke move. That's
it kind of is actually.
Like slow, creepy, crawly chess.
Well, it just means the knight isn't pinned. But of course, king b1 is a desirable move.
And probably it's not such a big deal. And now if black takes on c2, check, like the king moves and white gets the open c file.
Exactly. We should be able to at least take a piece on d5 for it. Okay, so king b1 is normal. So now what? This is the thing for black.
Oh, sorry. I just don't like these positions. I never know whether I should be calculating forcing it through or whether I should just be slowly improving a piece. And if so, how to improve a piece, like knight to a4 I'm looking at, or knight to c4 again, d5. It's so much choice on every move.
I mean, that's why he's put the bishop on d2, so that after knight a4, for example, it can be exchanged off. And the knight on a5 is protected. Although, let's have a look. Queen c2. This is interesting.
King moves.
Now.
Wait, maybe. I'm not sure whether it makes a difference. Okay, queen takes.
Now, does white have anything there? Oh, with the king? Oh, no.
King a2, maybe.
King a2, b3, rook c2.
Yeah, not quite.
Not quite.
But, I mean, maybe. Wait, bishop b4.
Ooh, trap the queen.
Trying to trap it. Rook c2, rook d2. That queen is almost trapped.
These are the kind of ludicrous tactics that Luke revels in, actually, isn't it? These really intricate variations, intricate calculation.
I've noticed he especially loves those tactics where it looks like he's blundered.
Right.
And then there's a sting in the tail, like 3 moves later. You think you've won a piece or a pawn or got something positional off him, and then there's a detail.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, that was a absolutely mad variation, of course.
It's semi-relevant, I would say. Not.
Yeah.
Not
I mean,
forced.
after King B1, sorry, Queen C7, King B1, I mean, I was looking at D5 as well.
Yeah.
The standard break.
And if white takes.
Yeah. Obviously, a bit risky with the king still on E8. I mean, I was wondering if it might be possible to get in B4.
Ooh, wow. Nice.
But there is, I mean, the problem is that there's knight C6 at the end of it. And it doesn't look very healthy. I mean,
very strong.
I'm going to take that one back very quickly.
It's worth considering for later.
Yeah,
definitely.
but it's not, not yet.
So to take, in which direction? I have a feeling this knight, just to cover E4, and also just to hit this guy, but I don't know, maybe it's just all the same thing.
Let's try knight B.
Take. White can take again, but I'm not sure if he wants to. Rook E1 maybe just.
Wow.
Wow,
if you play rook E1, then I'm going to escape. Then I'm going to castle kingside and claim that at least the rook is away from the kingside.
And then I'm going to claim I can.
Well, go on.
Reluctantly claim I'm winning a pawn.
Okay, so I mean, worst case, I've got bishop D6 just to prevent the queen exchange.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have more moves. We have queen to C7. So
okay. Good.
Wow. We're doing okay with the predictions.
Yeah, no, Queen C7, great.
King B1, when in doubt, in the Sicilian, if you castle long, slide it on. Slide it on over.
Slide it, when in doubt, slide. Okay, I like that.
I mean, it's just always a good move. Sometimes a bit slow, but necessary.
Yeah, but this move D5 is actually really critical.
Mm-hmm. How can white stop that?
Well, again, this really strange bishop B1 idea. But King B. Listen, we should concentrate on King B1 because it's kind of the normal move.
I don't know. You've convinced me though that Luke will play bishop E1.
Well, there's also Queen D3 as well. If we want to, perhaps something marginally less bizarre than bishop E1.
Yeah. Just to clamp down on this square.
Yeah. I would still be looking at King B1, but before any of these moves, frankly.
I mean, Queen D3, maybe black can still punch through.
Yeah.
Just since the queen is tied down defending C2, she can't take anything, so maybe. Or maybe if I'm feeling extra...
That's a Nodirbek move.
E5, E4. Yeah. But okay, just the point being that, here white can't take twice due to checkmate. But again, there's always rook E1 and it gets super sharp.
It does, but actually that feels fine for black. Mm-hmm. You know, as usual, if you can get in D5 in these kind of Sicilian positions, that's the break. I call it liberation station.
Nice.
To just explode in the middle, and then it just frees black's pieces, frees the bishop, a rook coming to the D file, and black's structure on the king side is often very, very healthy with that pawn on E5. But yeah, in this position, of course, it's all down to concrete details with kings on opposite wings. But D5, that's my move.
That's your move. Liberation at Emirates Stadium.
Liberation Emirates Stadium. I'll take that.
Who would you pick, Danny? Since you mentioned you've played Najdorfs your whole life with both colours, do you get a vibe of who might be more comfortable here?
I would pick black. Yeah.
You pick black. Yeah.
I've played far worse positions, Najdorf positions, and this one feels like a pretty decent one actually.
Yeah.
h4, g5 hasn't happened.
Exactly.
And then, white is just kind of left dangling on the king side. And black has been able to concentrate play on the queen side. That's where the tension is. That's where the semi-open file is. So feels like black is okay. I don't know. What's your vibe?
Yeah, probably. I don't think anyone's done anything majorly wrong, so probably it's just balance. But I do agree that I wouldn't be 100% comfortable here with white, especially if I see d5 coming and I don't really feel I can stop it. Then it does feel like suddenly momentum turns, and especially Luke, who doesn't always enjoy the open Sicilians unless he's got something.
That's true. Yeah, he's often plays sort of various kind of strange anti-Sicilians.
A lot of bishop e5s, a lot of knight c3s, a lot of
d3
d3s.
Stuff. Yeah,
exactly. I think I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've seen him take the knight off on head-on, full charge.
Well, of course, he started out his career playing the knight off as black.
That's true.
Don't know where he got that from. he did switch, which was a very responsible decision.
You left him too soon.
Yeah, no, that was good.
Okay, so this one, again, heating up, and Luke maybe starting to look at the clock, and I won't say that yet. Me and Luke always on the England team, side by side, giving heart attacks to our team captain, due to the clock handling.
Yeah.
But it's only moved 17. He's spent more than half his time already.
But 39 minutes, still, we're not there yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Maybe in 5-6 moves time.
Okay, so let's switch.
Okay.
How about Mickey and Vitiugov?
Yes. That looks like we've seen some action.
Oh.
Also got a piece on a5. Okay, we were only here 5 moves ago, so a very quick action replay, just in case people missed the last few moves. d5, we mentioned that this bishop was hitting a pawn. Mickey calmly defends it. We also predicted that the black rook would get out the way. Kind of shades of the McShane game as well. If a knight lands on a5, hitting the bishop runs and sits happily in the corner. So take, queen to b1. It's a very Luke McShane move from Mickey. queen to b1, h6, rook c1, and eventually Mickey puts a rook on a5. Oh, I never know with black whether you should be keeping the tension, pushing forward, or taking. It's the type of thing I would always spend several minutes on every move, and probably always still make the wrong decision.
The only thing with taking on e4 here is that it does give white's bishop then the option to come to d3 to attack the pawn on b5. Just frees white's position a little bit. So maybe not exchange, or at least not yet. Anyway, not that you have to play d4. It might be best just to wait for a moment.
Yeah, d4 just feels like a very ambitious move, but it could also backfire. If the white bishop ever lands on b3, then that's a fantastic diagonal.
Yeah, and bishop on b7, of course, is just striking on the pawn on e4, and so not going anywhere. I don't know, it feels right just to maintain the tension for the moment. But then again, what do you do? You're used to playing these positions with black.
I don't know. I've been inspired by Nodirbek.
Rook e6.
Rook lift in the Spanish. What else? It's hard to know exactly what to do. The knight on d7 feels a bit unemployed, so maybe in some world I could imagine knight b8 out to c6.
Right, because it does hit the pawn on b4. Actually, that could be very useful. Okay, should we give it a go? Should we give it a spin?
Okay, knight b8.
Yeah, rather like that.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of myself, actually.
Yeah, no, it's Dave. Flying.
Wow. I know how knights move.
Yeah.
It is a bit slow, though, so maybe white has something quite dynamic. Maybe even knight c5.
Okay.
Yeah, how about this one then? Knight c5. I've double checked. I don't think I'm blundering anything yet.
What about knight c6 then? I'll ignore your pawn. I'm not interested. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It looks too much hassle.
Yeah, for this, for viewers at home, rook takes c5 is possible, but okay, no takebacks. You played knight c6. Maybe I can take this bishop now. Yeah, before you do actually start taking me. Okay, I'll take the bishop, defending my rook, so you take back. And now I'll pretend that I've achieved something.
Well, but
Bishop on b3.
probably you have.
Yeah. b4 is still a bit tender, but a bishop on b3 feels like it more than compensates.
Yeah. That's that light squared bishop without an opponent. That's our dream in the Spanish.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, let's just go back and see if we can improve after knight c4. So knight b8, knight c5. All right, so let's see what happens if we do take the pawn.
Okay. They're both clearly looking at the queen side as well on the camera, so I'm going to take that as a clue that they're looking at this as well.
Ooh, there's some very sharp moves here.
Yeah. Hero is looking at a few things, but are you looking at knight c5?
I was looking at knight e5, of course.
Yeah, with the idea of d4, but here black can jettison one rook.
Exactly. Yeah, it's probably not working.
Yeah, and then take here, and black has two pieces.
Yeah.
For the rook. So okay, here, anything less drastic?
Although, sorry, after knight e5, just humour me.
Okay.
After rook e5.
Okay.
Bishop e3.
Yeah.
Just sort of leaving those pieces kind of hanging in the middle. And also, you know, if you take then b5. And I've left a rook on free.
You said pieces hanging in the middle.
Pieces hanging.
I didn't see it originally.
Yeah. Okay. So all right.
But I like the idea. Like someday it might work. Like this type of idea.
I think is that the biggest piece I've blundered today? I think it is. Yeah.
Wait for me. I'll blunder a queen. I'll blunder a queen soon. Yeah, bishop b4 is just a one mover. Maybe.
But it feels like black's pieces are very vulnerable in this position.
It's like they've lined up ready for some little tactics, but I don't see it. How about...
Yeah, I was just looking at d4 actually takes, and then what, e5, and then knight e4.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite see my way through that one.
This is very important. Otherwise, white has like bishop h7 check, swap the rooks, and rook takes b5.
Yeah.
But knight e4 is, a bit of a spoil sport move.
Actually, even that is possible. I mean, it's ugly, but take on e4 and then take on c5, and then take on b5. I'm just curious.
Yeah. It's definitely possible. Queen somewhere, I don't know, c4 maybe. Oh wait, I've blundered
then I can take on b7 because
I blundered a knight.
Yeah, because b8's on.
Yeah, b8's hanging. So black would have to go. Black would have to go the whole way back. d4. I think in this variation after bishop takes, maybe black should be taking on.
Yeah.
c1.
Okay, so bishop c1.
But this is also.
So bishop c1 takes on e4. Oh, sorry.
Maybe this one.
This is great. I've repeated my blunder of the rook.
It's not the worst blunder. It's only the exchange this time, but.
Okay, so queen takes instead, and then it's good for black.
And then it's good for black. Yeah. Okay, we will not find that out because he has released the tension. We said it earlier, Nikita wants to get the job done. Like, if he sees equality, he'll power towards it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he likes clarity.
He really does.
Yeah.
I am skeptical though, as you said, it's not just the bishop to d3 idea coming, but now bishop e3 won't be possible to block with d4.
Yes.
So he has to have something concrete up his sleeve. I was slightly curious about rook takes bishop for a while, but I don't think black should have enough compensation. Like bishop takes pawn, queen into c7. Unless he feels he can somehow generate some speculative attack.
Yeah, queen e6.
Queen e6.
Come on.
I'm talking myself into it.
You are, yeah. I mean, hits the knight on b3.
And hits this one. And
yeah, exactly. I need to be able to play knight d2.
Knight d2.
No, but
Koff and bishop e3, knight d2.
yeah. And even then b4 is on priest.
Yeah, even then. Okay, so in the live position, he looks super focused. Could he be about to take? Otherwise, I don't really understand why he's broken the tension. Ooh. There's an arbiter making an announcement here. Rook takes. So rook takes is not good. So queen takes rook, and bishop takes pawn.
Okay, we should just take stock here for
Yes.
the moment. Because although, yeah, queen c7 is sort of, well,
The most ambitious move.
yeah, liegt auf der Hand, as we
Yes.
say. Maybe queen d1, exactly,
Yeah.
to keep hold of the knight on b3, but also
Yeah.
protects f3.
Keep it safe. Material up. I don't hate black's compensation, just bishop pair and a pawn. Normally that's enough, but there's a lot of open lines for the rooks. Like bishop e3, at some point something will land on c5. White will be able to simplify things.
Okay, so maybe we needed just a big move in this position to keep things going.
Yeah. And he hasn't sacrificed on c2.
Do you know what? It's not Nikita, is
Yeah.
it? It's not his thing.
Unless he sees nothing else. He's found rook c4, which we probably should
But yeah,
have seen as well. That's the consequence of white's d-pawn going.
yeah. Well, okay. There could be a refinement of the exchange sack.
Could.
Well, actually, I mean, bishop d3, bishop e4 anyway.
Yeah,
so it's
this is
not
nice.
Yeah.
Nice geometry, pinning the bishop. And then, yeah, rook takes rook. Black can probably do any capture here, but taking here, and I'm not sure whether to take here, but also b3 is hanging. This is going to be fine for black. Pawn up, and maybe even taking the bishop the move before.
Yeah.
Oh wow, rook c4 is very clever then. Okay. So,
Well, okay, that's just our first impression.
yeah, it's a double attack. It's a double
true.
attack.
Yeah.
Could Mickey have been guilty of missing it just like we were?
So bishop e3 is just moving queen c6. Maybe yeah.
Queen c6.
Queen c. I'm slightly nervous about a knight landing on a5.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Transform into a knight. But I guess black's next move, bishop takes pawn, will cover that square.
True. Yeah. I mean, I was sort of toying with the idea of rook a7 here. But yeah, as you say, bishop
Cool.
b4, I guess, is absolutely fine.
Ah, covering. It is a bit shaky though. Like the black rook doesn't have so many squares, so I was wondering.
Okay. All right. Well, should we try?
Yep, let's try.
So, okay. Should we take it? I mean, there is rook
Yeah.
c3.
Yeah, there's rook c3. But let's say take.
Yeah.
Just, if we can take a pawn, we probably would like it. And there's no good discoveries with the bishop. Okay, this is my prediction. This is how we're going to get towards a draw.
What,
Gonna
queen,
see.
queen e6 takes on b5.
Queen e6 takes, and they'll find a way. Now the whole queen side's disappeared. Very symmetrical. I think I've seen them play this type of position before.
Yeah, could be.
Although I would still take white with the bishop on c4.
Yeah.
Probably the more fun side of equality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not so clear.
I quite like your bishop e3. At least then it makes it likely white will get b5 in return for b4. And e4 may be less relevant in the hierarchy of the pawns.
Well, I mean, basically, white needs quite a forcing move here. Otherwise, I mean, there's two things attacked. So I think we need some. I mean, I don't know whether bishop e3 is correct, but it's got to be something. Otherwise, black is taking.
And he has played bishop e3.
Okay.
Yeah. Mickey has a great score against fellow English representatives at these big tournaments. He nearly never loses.
Yeah. I've always thought that Mickey's chess is so un-English. When I think of
too sophisticated.
It's very sophisticated. It always has been.
Yeah.
If I think of the sort of short, non-Chandler school, and they were playing, the classic English attacks, open Sicilians, and quite mainliney sort of stuff.
Some offbeat stuff, some very caveman.
Well,
if they wanted.
No, I would say kind of classical attacking chess, which Mickey also is extremely capable of. But Mickey likes to kind of hang back behind the first three ranks a lot of the time, and that was never that kind of school. And then suddenly Mickey appeared, and playing in this very calm way, slow, incremental improvement of the position.
Yeah, it is deceptive as well. He'll play super slow, but there's always if you do kind of provoke him, he will he will come at you. I've tried many times to just make a total mess against him, and he navigates those just as well as the quieter positions, which is frustrating.
Absolutely, yeah. No,
also impressive.
I've had a variety of games against him, which has been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop e3. Yeah, I think he wouldn't have minded keeping the tension, Mickey, a few more moves, but he has been forced to, like you said, kind of create something concrete.
Should we leave that one?
Yeah, I think it's just equal. With best play by Black, probably. I think Black needs to be a bit accurate just to keep this pawn a few moves longer and have an answer to bishop d3 or knight d2 next.
Should we check out Garwin's game?
Yes.
We haven't checked in on Garwin for a long time. So he's playing Nicholas Theodorou from Greece, 25 years old, and I mean an incredible prospect. He's really shot through. As I understand it, he's studying in the States.
Yes.
So I mean, I always find it very impressive when you get these incredibly strong chess players, but actually he has a normal life and actually excelling. I think he's actually doing a master's at the moment.
Yeah, and it's in something very impressive.
Something computer engineering or something like that. I don't
something
know.
that would make my brain hurt, probably. But he's been doing that for many years, and that's why he's suddenly rocketed a bit this year, because he's had a bit more time.
But I mean, it's incredibly impressive to be able to balance these two very, very separate lives in academic career. And he's been playing extremely well this year.
He really has. And it's actually, I'm not sure whether we should give ourselves a pat on the back or not, because we kind of predicted what Gawain was going to do. When we left it was after queen to b6. Your move landed on the board. Very logical. Clamping down on the queen side, saying to Black, if you castle, I'm just going to throw pawns towards that king. And Gawain held off, resisted temptation for one move. He played h5, but after queen to e1, very sophisticated, stopping anything, stopping h4.
And also he wants to play knight b3, and then the pawn is protected. I see.
Like if Black, I don't know, Black castles now, knight b3, and like you said, knight's coming in. Good luck to Black removing those beasts. So yeah, queen takes b4, maybe he thought it was the last chance. Rook to b1, or he does hit the bishop. But after rook to b3, the Black queen had to keep grabbing, and queen c1. Okay.
Queen c1? Okay, so he wants to trap the queen with rook a3.
He wants to trap the queen
as
rook
I
a3.
understand it.
And I guess it gains a tempo to put pressure on c6 in a moment, so the queen has to evacuate. And rook takes pawn, and rook c8. This is where we are. Live position. I would never have dreamt of taking that pawn on the b-file. Now Black has to go kingside at some point, but I don't know. White's going to break through with e4, and that queen on c1 is actually really nicely poised for some queen g5.
Okay, now we see that.
I don't know. This is
queen on g5.
Even positionally, like even without the dynamism, the compensation.
Dave, maybe you just want to show that. Just see what happens if. I mean, I don't know. Random move for White.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm helping Black here. Let's say I go grab some pawn. Oh, no, I shouldn't do that. Random move, king h1.
Yeah, instead of all this.
Instead of knight b3.
Instead of knight b3, yeah.
Then the black queen might defend through the through the 5th rank. How do we arrange this?
Okay, maybe we just...
Rook a7. Castles,
E4.
rook takes pawn, just to kick the queen up this.
Very good.
E4. And if black dares to take, then yeah, the queen comes out, and it's good night.
Okay.
To the black king. Yeah, something along these lines.
There was a bit of artificial construction involved in that. However, I think this just demonstrates the kind of breadth of possibilities that white has in this position. You know, you can attack the queenside pawns, or suddenly the queen is cutting in and it's checkmate. This is really scary.
Really scary. And even if white plays positionally, like knight b3, knight f4, it's going to be so dangerous to castle. Oh, this, yeah, I think.
Okay, so what move do we start with as white? I mean, of course you can attack the pawn. I mean, your move rook a7 isn't bad. What if we play knight f4?
Yeah, knight f4.
Just to put the knight on a good square, and let's see what black is doing.
Okay, let's say I dare to castle. Maybe the king's okay in the center for a few more moves, but it's hard.
Go on.
I'm seeing stuff that I don't really like, and okay, let's castle.
Okay. Now, is it the moment to break with e4? Or does that allow, as you mentioned, the queen can switch across?
But not yet. I quite like e4. Let's try.
Okay, go on.
So e5 looks like something to avoid.
Okay, so take with the pawn.
Knight takes.
Now, I was wondering about taking and just playing queen g5.
But I think that loses a piece.
Does it lose a piece?
After queen g5, white can just take the bishop and
sorry. Yeah.
Take the knight.
Fair enough.
So that's a good sign for Theodorou if he wants this variation.
Yeah.
So there's the threat now, just take and take. Yeah, like, you're right. If black can't get this, then it feels... Then like there might be some severance tactics like knight d5 and coming in and... Queen d... Oh, no, wait, that's just hanging.
Oh, my word.
Black can't castle. I think it's just too dangerous, too airy.
It looks desperate, doesn't it?
What else? Maybe Gawain will try and break... Oh, but c5, there's knight b3. I think he's in big trouble, Gawain Jones. Theodorou is also a very front foot attacking player. He hasn't moved yet, so not knight f4 yet. That being said, I think Gawain is probably the player I've seen defend bad positions more than anyone else.
Really?
There was one Olympiad, there was a running joke. He had, I think it was 4 in a row positions that were -5. So +5 for his opponents, and he saved them all. He even won one, I think.
So his tactical ingenuity.
His survival instincts,
Yeah, I've seen him...
His optimism.
Yeah, I've seen him play black side of the King's Indian on many occasions.
Yes.
And yeah, some of the positions he's found himself in, well, typical King's Indian, really.
Yeah.
And somehow, he finds some tactical finesse to wriggle out. It's true. But this one, I would say, is a tall order.
Okay, and it looks like we've got a lot of action elsewhere.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, first to Nodirbek, just to see whether he spent any time at all. The answer is no. He's got 1 hour 25. Black has 3 minutes.
Incredible.
Yeah, but okay, still 5 moves to make till the time control. That is not good news for Abhimanyu Mishra, who might have to make some difficult decisions. And just to show what did happen, rook b5, we left it here. Attacking a pawn. Black levels up the material. g4, we predicted this. Now the black rook is lacking squares, only really this square. King e4, coming forward. King h7, h4. And maybe it's just a case of black being totally stuck. King g6, the rook defends the bishop. I guess there's something... Oh, I guess rook takes pawn, there's probably a check. And if the king goes back, maybe something like bishop to d8. Hitting the rook.
Oh, yeah, rook f7.
Rook
yeah,
f7.
very nice.
So d5 check. White doesn't blunder. It would have been a sad end to the game. Pretty cool, though.
Yeah, very nice.
The king dies on the hill, and instead the king goes back. Bishop b8 anyway. Check. And here we are. Nodirbek finally thinking. Has he even...
So what move number is this?
This is move 35.
35. So 5 moves to get to the time control. He's got 3.5 minutes, and as we've mentioned, they get 30 seconds per move. We might find at the end of this that this is simply brilliant defense from Abhimanyu, and that Nodirbek might still be in his preparation. But yeah, he's managed to hold.
Yeah, that would be incredible. That being said, I do fear for black. Like, what about this move anyway? Bishop to d8. Actually, maybe this isn't so accurate. My idea is to hit the pawn, and I want to lock that cage.
Yeah.
For the black rook, but maybe black's just in time to come back.
Okay, let's see.
To defend. Yeah, I wanted to play rook to f5, but suddenly I'm a bit scared of some counterplay. Also rook to d7, but maybe even c. I don't know.
I mean, you could go rook d7 just to protect.
I think c3 doesn't work because after b3, white can even drop the rook back, and bishop b6 will close.
Right. Yeah, bishop b6 is the
that's the key.
The killer.
So rook d7. Yeah, maybe it's a waste of time with the bishop for white.
Let's just go back because there's,
Back here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what happens if white just pushes on? Let's say
g5.
g5, yeah.
Good question.
So, simple idea, rook g1, g6.
Oh. Oh, that's very strong. Yeah, I was looking on the f-file, but you're right. Actually, that's a mating net. Just to show your idea, Danny. Rook takes pawn, rook g1. Don't really know what black can do now. It's probably too late already. Rook a2, for example.
Rook a2, yeah.
g6. Take. King back, and classic checkmate.
Okay, can you play king g8 instead? Does it make a difference instead of taking...
King here. One question is whether g7 followed by the very slow pawn push works.
Takes on rook h2.
Yeah, the rook comes behind.
This is absolutely on the... rook g5 takes d5?
Oh,
maybe?
Yeah.
And,
that's very...
And if the rook does go back to a5, then of course we can play g7.
Yeah. Followed by h6, h7.
Crawling to the end.
That would be tough. I think g5 is probably the way to go. I think this is the first time he spent more than 1.5 minutes in the whole game on a move.
That's extraordinary.
Nodirbek.
But of course, at this point, secret of good technique, good calculation, you need to just crunch it through to the finish. It's not about intuition. It either works or it doesn't.
Exactly.
And so he's looking. Does g5 work? Should we have another look to see if there's another defense?
g5 played.
Wow.
Very simple plan then of rook g1 and push. We'll find out soon because of Mishra's clock situation.
I'm just looking at Abhimanyu there. What can we divine from his look? Nodirbek looks excited. He's kind of doing this.
Yeah, whether people do it physically or whether they hide it internally, you can tell when someone someone knows, they sense they're close to victory, and he's up from the board again. Just a bit more psychological pressure.
Wow.
And this is the worst way to lose if Mishra doesn't hold this. He didn't really get a chance to play a game. He was facing preparation, and it feels so frustrating. You're just beating yourself up because you didn't prepare well enough, essentially.
It's incredible. And Abhimanyu knows that he's on the edge. And, okay, he's played a move. Bishop d6.
Okay, maybe he wants to play bishop to f8 round to g7. Does that help even slightly? How should we continue your plan? Rook
Okay.
G1.
Let's try.
Rook G1. G6 in the air.
Oh, okay. So bishop F8.
Maybe. But does it change much after?
Takes, King G8.
Takes, King G8.
Oh, just G7.
G7.
And then Rook H1, yeah.
And then the rook comes round.
I was, of course, yeah, instead
Unless-
Rook H1, bishop G7.
Unless, or rook H1, King F7. Just to bring the rook back and...
Oh, wow. Really?
I'm not not very optimistic, but at this point, I think black needs something a bit lucky to survive.
Well, this might be it. Should we? I mean, we were kind of rushing it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something a little bit more subtle for white.
So rook
Let's
to
just try.
G1.
So,
I think there's two things I would consider with black. Maybe rook to B8, but we'll come to that. So bishop to F8. That looks to be the consistent follow-up. Bishop trade, and I think bishop exchange, he might be able to escape. Like A5 is hanging.
yeah. Okay, so push.
Push. Yeah, take. Take.
Yeah.
King G8.
Okay, this all looks reasonable.
Wow.
I mean, I don't see anything particularly.
Yeah, otherwise black plays bishop G7.
Exactly. So G7, I mean, it seems fairly forcing.
Possible that King F4 and like allowing a bishop exchange and rook E1, and maybe that's still promising, but then black
Maybe.
gets some serious counterplay. So
Yep.
G7, bishop moves.
Okay,
G6.
now let's
Okay, take stock.
consider our options at this moment.
Yeah.
Nice moment. Well, there is another option for white. And so we were looking at rook H1 and then
Yeah.
King F7 and so on.
Yeah.
So there, instead of
idea.
that, yeah. So just
Okay.
with the rook on G1,
Yes.
it's wondering about flicking in bishop E5.
Okay. Very interesting. Because now bishop E7 is impossible.
Now rook H1.
Yeah. Yeah. And black is not defending this square.
And if the bishop is exchanged,
Yeah.
then second pass pawn and the king
Oh.
coming to D4.
Yes.
That's my argument.
It's a good argument. Unless
Counterplay.
black is in time to take that pawn, maybe? Oh, there's also C3.
Wow. Can you get away? Yeah, maybe you can take it.
Maybe.
Oh. Off the crossbar.
Exactly.
We're at the Emirates. Actually, we should be using more football terminology.
We
Actually.
really should.
Yeah. This is like flapping on the goal line, you know. Can you clear it?
A black win would be like scoring an away goal. Actually, away goals don't matter anymore. Bishop-
Sorry.
Yes, we've got moves.
After rook b7, e6, rook g7, e7. Oh no, you
okay.
take on e7. No, yeah, you play e7.
Let's check that out quickly. Bishop takes, rook b7.
E6.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You
Rook takes, and
now
e7.
e7. Boom.
You found it. It rebounded in, you knocked it in.
However, after e6, there's also rook e7.
Yeah. Then rook g6.
We're still scrambling on the goal line. Rook g6. This
Takes
works.
an e7.
Still works.
But we have a move, and it's a really flashy one that might be decisive. Instead of rook g1, which also looks strong, bishop e7.
Oh. Okay, this simple chess. Simple chess.
Simple and strong. Why try to dribble around the goalie when you can just tap it in?
Yeah, it's gone for the tap in.
Yeah, he's gone for the tap in.
Exactly.
Bishop takes bishop, rook takes, and
Yeah.
yeah, this is over now. Too many pawns. That was beautiful.
Simple chess. Yeah, we were trying to.
Tiki-taka it around.
Yeah, exactly. Too much tiki-taka.
Okay, so c3, last hurrah. This is move 39. So Abhimanyu Mishra will make the time control, but in what
Is this
shape?
on the board?
This is on the board.
So should we just go back and just replay those after bishop e7
Yeah.
just to
So
check that?
Bishop d6, and we were looking at rook g1, but no, bishop e7. Beautiful. I guess black has no choice. The bishop is hit, the pawn is hit. He's going to lose that one anyway, so bishop takes bishop. Rook takes pawn, check. King goes back. Rook takes e7 and c3. So the idea for black is after pawn takes pawn, he wants to play b3. Which, would that win for black? It might win for black.
Okay, so after c3,
After c3,
you play king d3
yes. I think that might be the issue.
and take on b2, king c2, I guess.
Take.
And then those pawns on the king side should decide.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an outstanding game. I mean, really.
Yeah.
And if a lot of it's preparation, then for me, that doesn't detract from it,
Yeah.
actually.
Still impressive guesswork, like
Yeah.
what the opponent might play, working out all the lines, working out all the small
Exactly.
details. It was really sophisticated, the king moves as well earlier.
Look at Abimanyu there. I don't know. It's got to be king d3.
Yeah. I guess the only other thing you consider is b3, but if you can play king d3 and just force the opponent to only have one pass pawn and easily blockade it, then
Yeah.
force it rather than give your opponent the long term.
Must be winning. I would guess Nodirbek is just dotting the I's, crossing the T's before he plunges in. He doesn't want to rush it and make a mess of this one.
How do you think Nodirbek's been feeling the last 48 hours when seeing his countrymen qualify for the candidates, thinking it should be him?
Well,
He's
I
the
asked him
number
about it yesterday, actually, and he was really generous.
one? Okay.
He said he was incredibly impressed by Sindarov's play in the World Cup. He thought he could see him fight in every position, which is absolutely right. You know, where he ground out some of those endgames, brilliant. And he said Uzbek chess is in a fantastic place at the moment. We've won the gold medals, the Olympiad in 2022, and we've got so many good players coming through. So, you know, he was really generous, actually.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Nice to see.
it's very good.
It does feel like there's a great team spirit there.
Yeah.
In England, we tend to be lone wolves, but India, Uzbekistan, the new superpowers, they're kind of
That's an
helping
interesting.
each other
I might explore that thought.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one to
And
explore.
I was wondering as well, when Nodirbek won the World Rapid Championship in 2021,
Yeah.
he was gifted a load of cash by the government. He was given like all these national prizes, awards,
Yeah.
and he got a 2-bedroom apartment from the government.
Wow.
What will Sindarov now get as
Well,
an
that's
award
true. Yeah. Yeah.
just for winning the World Cup?
Yeah.
Life-changing.
Yeah. Like really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
Okay, so c3. We're expecting the move king to d3.
We're not missing something obvious, are we?
I don't think so. King
Don't
to
think
d3. Black isn't really spoilt for choice.
Rook a5
K5 maybe.
takes. I think you can just take on c3 actually.
Yeah.
Because b3, rook b7.
Yeah, this
I
is
guess.
over. And if black plays rook a3, even just rook c7. King and pawn endgame's winning for white, and if black doesn't agree, then g6, h6, and checkmate. Yeah, looks pretty good. But he's being very professional, Nodirbek. He's done the hard work, and now he's just thinking. Just double checking, triple checking. Yeah.
Yeah. Very professional.
b3, my one worry would be that king and pawn endgame is no longer winning for white.
Yeah.
But just because this is so strong. But I don't know how black even gets there.
Yeah. He's not. Instead of king d3, he's not. I wonder, is he checking out g6? g6 takes on b2, h6.
h6. It looks tempting, but maybe
Looks tempting, but
the rook goes back to
that's
prevent checkmate.
draw maybe.
Yeah. Probably white does hold a draw, right?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Can't
Anyway,
go away.
not ideal.
Yeah, not what he wants. So c3. I'm pretty confident in my prediction that this would be the first game to end.
Should we just switch for a
Yes.
moment?
Yeah, we'll update everyone if the result comes in on that board. But to switch over to Sam Shankland against Pavel Eljanov,
Well, we've hardly touched this game, have we? So
they
let's
played a
look.
lot of moves.
How on earth did we get here? Should we just have a quick recap?
Yeah. We were here with white
Yes.
forcing the bishops off the board. We saw the capture, and in this position, we left it with Eljanov to think. He moved his queen, very, very mysterious. I guess he wants to put his bishop back on d8, maybe. Like if a knight comes to d5, maybe he'll put the bishop back and clear a space for his knight.
Sometimes knight d8, I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happened. Queen d3. Oh, Danny. Nice. Knight d8. The knight was doing nothing. e6 is probably what he wants at some point to stop the...
And knight e6, of course.
Yeah, as well as knight... Oh, as well as knight e6. Castles, knight e6, g3. Hinting maybe at some pawn breaks. c6. Okay, now knight takes knight. F takes e6. f4. Wow, and it gets crazy around here.
It's funny, I can imagine Mickey playing this position with white, but in a completely different way.
He would have played like king b1, a4 to stop black playing b5.
I'm not sure he even castle on the queen side.
Yeah, that's that's true. That's true. And okay, now it gets really spicy. Double pawns for black, but this is slightly awkward to hold without allowing the black knight into f4 and rook to f3, I guess, sometimes. So bishop b6, defending, taking away some squares from black, queen to e8, king b1, bishop to d8, very strong piece on b6. Sam says you can take it, but on my terms, take, rook to d8, and okay, I guess an endgame isn't that promising for white since the black knight still has threats, so he dodges it. Lots of weaknesses. Rook d4, cool move. And we see an exchange on d4, takes, and here we are. Rook to d1 and queen h. Oh, well. They've just been blitzing the last few moves as well. The king comes out to a2, e5, and queen d6. Here we are. Okay. That was a lot of moves,
Okay.
a lot of action.
I don't think we should even try to
break it down.
to break that one down. Yeah, exactly, because I was so complex.
Yeah.
Let's just try and assess this one, which is also not easy, I have to say.
Yeah. It's level material, but very imbalanced, like pawn structure.
I mean, one thing I like about white's position is the fact that the king is really safe. Those 4 pawns, a clump of 4 pawns around the king, gives white, to some extent, a free hand in the rest of the board.
Yeah.
And black's king, well, it's okay, but a little bit exposed. And, yeah, potentially weak pawns, a5, b7, e5.
Yeah.
So this knight, who knows, might swing back into the game. Knight d7, e5, c5.
Yeah, knight d7 looks scary. And okay, we see a pawn drop. Knight takes e4, check. And
yeah, and on the other hand, we can see the black is taking a lot of pawns. So
yeah, exactly.
But it feels like white is okay here to me.
Yeah. As long as he keeps the queens on, I think white is very happy. If the queens come off, then black's pawns might just do the job. So queen to f7, king h8, I would be terrified of back rank stuff. Not sure how exactly.
Potentially knight d7 and takes on, that's possible, takes on e5. Can you get away with that one?
Yeah, rook e8, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, okay, forget that one.
Black rook goes back. Yeah, so maybe just queen e7. Did I take some pawns?
Yeah, okay, looks much better.
Black has to do, well, rook e8, there's rook d8, maybe. So queen e8. This is weird structure.
Yeah.
Weird pawns. But again, I love the fact that white king is super safe, like you said, the fortress around it. And
I would definitely take white here, I think.
Yeah, it feels like worst comes to worst, there'll be a way to get a perpetual or some kind of attack later.
Yeah. So you were after the check, you were looking at queen f7 as well?
Yes.
Sorry, instead of king h8.
Yeah. But now I guess white just takes
queen e5. Yeah. Knight back to f6, consolidation.
Yeah.
At least, holds, well, yeah, I was going to say it holds the queenside pawns apart from.
Apart from one.
Yeah.
And it's maybe not the end of the world for black, since pushing pawns in front of the white king will loosen things up a bit. But
yeah, but also, and pushing pawns in front of black's king also loosens things up. So still feels better for white to me.
Definitely. Eljanov won't be happy. He likes a bit more control in general. I think Sam's done a great job this game, like with the G3, F4, just messing things, like mixing it up.
Okay, let's continue our spin around the board. So how about Luke? So Luke McShane, white against Alireza Firouzja. And
we predicted all of this. Nice. We left it after queen c7. We did see king to b1.
Yep.
Very logical. d5, the breakout from Alireza.
Liberation station.
Yes.
There we are, all aboard.
e5, knight d5, and rook e1. So, yeah, black is just debating, I guess, whether to give up this pawn, whether to, for example, just castle and say have it. And
well, let's see. I think we actually looked at this position, and I was just casting, getting out, couldn't be bothered. And then after queen e5, bishop d6. But I don't know if that's necessary.
For example, take, bishop d6.
Keep the queens on.
Can even take this one if you're feeling extra hungry.
Yeah.
No.
I guess it would give white time, but. Yeah. But okay, shall we? I mean, I'm playing kind of, a tempo. Maybe instead I should be trying to protect this pawn.
I did realize, like, the bishop on f3 is hanging in some variation, so maybe you can get away with castling. Yeah, so queen takes e5 might not work just here. Probably white needs to take this one first. Okay,
but then c2 is potentially hanging.
This is hanging. Yeah, so c2 would be hanging. And I have no idea whether black should be taking or not.
Wow.
Just scared of getting that queen trapped again.
Okay, so king's, I guess, has to go to a1 this time.
Yep. Oh, which way? $50-50. Coin toss.
Okay, bishop. I'll take bishop.
Yeah, I follow your lead. Take. White, white's not quite trapping the queen.
Yeah.
Can run out.
Can run away, and with a big threat.
Yeah, with a big threat.
Presumably to take on a3 or b4 or something.
Although...
Yeah, what are you toying with?
I really want to take this pawn and see what you're going to do.
Well, there's...
I just have a cool idea, but I don't know if it works.
Okay, but what about bishop f6?
Yeah, bishop f6 I was hoping to maybe take on d5. I've also got queen g3 to defend.
Oh, I see. Queen a3, queen a2.
Yeah, but I mean, it continues, right?
Yeah.
Maybe white should have flicked in rook takes rook earlier, but now bishop takes. And after king here, bishop take.
Bishop take.
Wait, there's queen d3 as well. Well, it's fun playing with
you really want to do this?
Maybe not Luke. I think Alireza would love something like this.
Yeah.
It's fun playing with other people's pieces, this type of variation.
But okay, this is typical of these positions where black breaks in the middle.
Yeah.
Black's king comes to safety on the king's side, and all the pressure is on the queen's side. It just explodes on the queen's side, and so white is under massive pressure in the position, basically.
Yeah. And the thing is, if black castles and white cannot take on e5, then it becomes a bit of a question what white is even doing. Black's got easy improvement moves. Rook f8, b4 in the air.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes just taking everything and playing knight a4. And
I'm looking at Luke's clock time, 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Getting to that nerve-jangling time. How many moves have we made?
20. So he's got 20 moves to make in 12 minutes, plus increment.
Yeah, but...
And it's fine in some positions if it's blocked, closed, maneuvering, you just kind of shuffle. But here you can't.
Yeah, this isn't a shuffling position. You can't pass it around the back four here.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got to go long.
Back to the goalie, back to the centre back.
No. I think you've got to hack it forward here.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh dear. Okay, so Luke looking a bit scary. Okay.
Where else
we've got Mickey against Nikita Vitiugov.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we kind of guessed most of these moves. We did, after bishop to e3, say that the black queen should probably shift to c6 just to hold the b pawn. Knight back to d2, hitting the rook. And we were talking about rook takes pawn, white's bishop moves, and probably just taking back on b5 next once the queen runs away. But rook c3, bishop d3 anyway, and here we are. Okay, we only had 2 moves since we were last here. And the whole queenside has evaporated.
as we thought might occur.
Well, unless white has something very strong, it's just going to be very equal. Probably.
So, rook b5, I suppose.
Yeah.
I keep blundering the rook on a5, so let's get rid.
Yeah. And do we want clarity? That might allow the bishops to get skewered.
Exactly. That was my big hope in the position.
But then I could imagine a world where takes bishop a6, everything just comes off the board.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Very concrete. And this would be, I don't know, I think it would take black suddenly.
Well, yeah, suddenly the e4 pawn is hanging. So yeah, rook b4, take on d3. Probably queen takes is possible. I was looking at knight c5, but maybe there's a pin.
Yeah. Somewhere on.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe knight takes d3, holds everything. No, it doesn't hold everything.
Take on e4, yeah.
I was hallucinating some tactics that didn't work. Okay, actually, so maybe rook takes doesn't offer much. How about bishop takes b5? Queen somewhere, queen c8.
Okay, we'll go queen c8, see what happens.
Oh, was that me? Sorry.
I don't know.
I was exhaling very loudly. Queen c8.
Okay, there's a rook still on prise on a5. I've learned my lesson. Rook a4. Let's attack something. You never know.
Yeah. I was going to say the problem for white here is maybe that after, I don't know, some exchanges, firstly, black can always take here and try and put pressure on e4. Maybe black can also play bishop c5, although... Take. My theory is that it's equal with precise play. I just don't know what those precise moves are exactly.
Yeah, it could still go wrong.
Could still definitely go wrong.
Yeah.
Who do you think has got more on the line here?
I mean, for example, in that position, there was a bishop c6 coming and on after, bishops are going to be traded. Oh, this rook c4. Sorry. My goodness, I'm going brainless.
But soon bishop c6 type things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping for knight c5, but this maybe is a bit double-edged now. Oh wait, I'm also hanging e8. Whoops.
Oh, okay, it's all going on.
It's all going wrong. Let's say it's equal.
Yeah, but it's still a little bit tricky, actually.
Yeah. Blunder,
not sure.
Blunder potential still.
Yeah, there is definitely. Yeah, as we've just proved.
Yeah. I've always struggled actually in my career. I've noticed when it's just pure piece play, when like pawns are irrelevant. Here it's just all
no structure to
no structure. Exactly. It's all just very kind of loose, hanging in the air, and I've always found myself like liable to being tricked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep doing the tour. We should go back to Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yes. Could be in its final throws this game.
Well, it looks like he did play b3. Should we just check that one?
Yeah, so slight surprise on move 40. Wow, it's a lot of time on his clock. He could have played king to d3. We thought that was quite smooth since pawn takes pawn, king back. And white is just taking this one, and g6, h6 will pin the black rook on the back rank. Then white can win at will, take a pawn, go hunting. That looks very clean, but c3, b3, probably still good enough, right, Danny? The black rook.
Well, he obviously has faith in those pawns.
Yeah. I guess the black rook can never leave the back rank. Rook c8, though, followed by c2 as a threat. So rook c7 stops that. Rook goes away, and h6, rook f7. This was my one fear, that rook exchange suddenly is a draw since this pawn keeps white occupied. But he runs away. Rook c6.
Okay, so this is what he's calculated.
Yes. Now,
it's certainly very reassuring for white once the rook gets behind that c-pawn.
Yeah, and I guess he always knew he has other targets just in case.
Yeah, so king d3, king h7, I guess. Just got to stop g6.
Yeah.
And then, should we
Which one?
take on a6? I don't know.
Yeah, take on a6.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, probably no problem. I was slightly afraid of rook here, king c2, and rook
King
back.
c2. Okay, I guess we could go back to c6.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Even rook b6 is probably... Yeah, rook c6. Yeah, just keep the rook behind, push a6, and...
I mean,
Too many
the
pawns.
king can't move, black's king can't move. The rook should be tied to the a-pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Should be, I guess.
be.
Should we just...
something like this, rook behind. Even
Yeah.
rook check, but
Rook
a6.
check and...
Black is way too slow.
Yeah, so rook check, I mean, the king... Actually, where does black's king go to? Because
Yeah.
after rook c7, back rank g6.
Checkmate.
And if king g6, then h7 is also the end. So
Yeah.
actually, the black's rook can't get active.
Yes. I think it's just going on because Mishra got more time, but
Yeah.
okay, he even plays king f4. He's that confident about going forward in king g4. Danny, he is
Beast.
brutal. He
The
is
beast. Great. He's pressing.
Nodirbek the Swift. They're looking at us. They can hear us on the on the camera. But he's got 1 hour 42 on his clock. This
Incredible.
is move 45.
Yeah. So he has more time on the clock than he started with. Okay, of course, 15 minutes. Was it half an hour?
Half an hour.
Half an hour. Beg your pardon. Half an hour was added.
But still, it's
Still, an incredible performance. Yeah.
very impressive.
So yeah, this doesn't actually change anything at all, does it?
No.
Because, well, okay, let me put the rook to, yeah, put the rook to the back somewhere.
Yeah.
Rook e2.
Just to try and support the pawn.
Oh, that's nice. You can check on c7 because
Yeah.
it's mate on g7 if king g6. Very nice.
Yeah.
So in that way, the king's got to go back and then g6, and that's all she wrote, basically.
Yeah. This is domination. Yeah, actually, it was quite a nice plan, just rook behind the c-pawn, and the rest of his position's free.
It's
he can do what he
really
wants.
clean, incredibly clean.
Wow. Backing up the amazing opening preparation with just very, very smooth play.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant game.
At least we can shake off any fears of a curse that all games would be drawn today, just like yesterday. Emirates Stadium.
Well, yeah, I mean, quite a few look like they're going to be unbalanced. Let's put it like that. Let's. What's happened with Gawain?
Yes. Wow, this position, it looks like he's setting up for the next game. What's happened here? Queen back on d8, knight back on g8.
Oh,
I think our
e4, e5.
fears were confirmed. We do a quick action replay.
Yes, please.
We'll whiz through because I think it's just a painful position in general. We thought e4 immediately, making it even less likely black will castle kingside. We talked about how the white queen will jump out in lots of variations, like already castles knight b3, and that's good knight. So e4, c5, acting as if this is the type of position where you want to open up for your own king. But e5 now, black's still pinned on the c-file, so can't do anything there. The knight only has one safe square. Knight g8, knight b3, that's a double attack. Queen d8, and just knight takes pawn. Knight takes c5. So after all of that, all of those adventures with the black queen, he's not even a pawn up.
Yeah, and black's king has no hope of escaping to the king's side because that queen on c1 can just shoot down the diagonal to g5 or h6, and it'll be mate almost instantly.
Yeah.
As you've just marked there, the open F file, the 7th rank for the rook. It's a hopeless position. And even positionally, I'm looking at sort of beautiful things like after the exchange on c5, pawn takes, and then the knight can move to d4. And I mean, white is in complete control.
Yeah. I'm not sure Gawain will be playing the Queen's Gambit declined so much in the near future.
No.
At least King's Indian, you always get counter chances. It feels like this game he's never really had much. And maybe looking back as well, that g4 move we were shocked by. Maybe it was just a
mistake.
Just a mistake positionally.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like g4, h5, h4, but black just never got time.
Yeah.
Like even if black ever got h4, I realized like white's just going to leave it and it'll take black 6-7 moves to create anything. So this is the live position. There's already knight takes e6 as a threat in many lines. He simply has to take this knight, right? Like, could he? Oh, I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to save this, but like you said, Danny, knight d4.
Knight d4. For example, I mean, it's obviously not the only move, but yeah, I mean, black has no decent move here.
Knight takes bishop will probably crash through, but even just c6 and yeah, tough game. Yeah, Theodorou just that's the thing, you can't give him the initiative, I think, in general. And ever since f takes g3, it feels like he's understood where pieces go.
Yeah.
Queen e1, queen c1 was quite a nice maneuver by white. Queen e1 to stop the h4 break, and then queen back to c1. He understood that he could gain a really nice tempo on the c file, but also this diagonal.
As I mentioned to you before, I've had a couple of games where f takes g3 happens, and you've just got to be so switched on with black.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually had them in positions where I hadn't even advanced my g-pawn, even with the pawn on g7. Yeah. And you have to be really, really careful, actually. I think I had a pawn on h6, so the b1, h7 diagonal was a bit weak. And that added to the sort of complications. Got to be just very switched on. And this, doesn't look right at all.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep moving on. Let's do the tour.
Do it. We're moving around and perfect. Thank you. We're being told we can take a break anytime, but Danny, I don't know. The games are quite exciting.
They're very exciting. I mean, it feels like this game, Luke's game, and of course. Nodirbek and Abimanu, they're reaching a conclusion. So I kind of want to hang on, but it might be nice to have a break. Let's just see very quickly what's going on with Luke's game.
I think we have had a result.
Oh, really?
Or two? Wait, have we had two results? Yeah, we have had two results. Maybe we just quickly wrap up then.
Yeah.
Okay, Luke will dive into, that's going to be a time scramble. We did see a resignation from Abimanu Mishra, as expected, I think. At this point, the final few moves.
Brilliant. I mean, hopefully we can actually get them for an interview. Yeah. So that should be coming up very soon. I think we'll take a short break anyway. And sorry, what was the other result?
Yeah, just to show the final position, this is, crushing h7. He's just going to play king h6, g7, checkmate. That is instructive game. Go check it out, everyone at home who's just joining us. That was impressive. But the other result was a slightly surprising draw between Sam Shankland and Pavel Eljanov. Ended abruptly, not long after we left it.
Rook f7, rook f8, I guess.
Yeah. So we actually saw this variation. We were saying, like, queen check was blocked, queen takes e5, and rather than the very natural but maybe too passive knight f6, queen f5. That's very clever, just defending the a-pawn. And we said endgame's probably good for black, since he has the 2-versus-1 majority, and the king safety not an issue anymore. So queen takes f5 was played. I wonder what would have happened if... Oh, wait, check this, Danny. Queen e7, knight c3 check. Oh, that's why the queens had to come off.
And queen c2.
Oh,
we were just saying how safe that king is.
Even the safest kings.
Yeah.
Never take your eye off those checks. And yeah, this would have been devastating. So queen f5, ultra clever then. I think that scared Sam into taking them off the board, the queens. And yeah, we saw a repetition, rook check, and a dance between the rooks.
Yeah, and now, of course, an exchange of rooks would leave black potentially in a very good position with the kingside pawn majority. So yeah, that's a sensible way for white to check out, basically. And I think we have Pavel and Sam are going to join us on the stream, so there's no rest for the wicked.
We keep going.
No break. So maybe, perhaps we'll make a very short break, Thomas, and we'll arrange everyone's chairs. That would be good.
See you soon in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the London Chess Classic. And in round two, we're joined after a draw between Sam Shankland and Pavel Eljanov by the players themselves. Guys, what do you think of that result? Any chances for more?
Well, I think I should have been much better somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Like, when I played knight a4, I thought I'm borderline winning, but I missed... I mean, I saw it before it came, but at this point I realized I'm not so much better anymore. I missed that after queen c3, rook d4, g4, there is queen d8. Without queen d8, I think black can resign immediately, but after queen d8, I don't think black is worse. I was calculating like rook takes d4, e takes d4, queen takes a5, knight f4, and okay, I'm pawn up, but d3 is coming, and I think if anyone's better, it's black. My guess is I was doing very well somewhere before. Perhaps knight a4 was not best. I think after bishop b6, it should be huge for white. I'm just not sure what I should have played instead.
Okay, Pavel, do you have the same feelings about the game that you were on the back foot, or did you always feel you had enough control or counterplay?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't really sure because position is very concrete. It's not about some strategical advantage because strategically I'm doing fine, I guess. But it depends on concrete variations, and I didn't see. I mean, what happened, it's very much double-edged, but I didn't see how to improve for white. So, I mean, I thought actually the game was quite double-edged. It's not. I thought it's not advantage or not. I mean, it's a question of concrete stuff. Yeah.
And it looked like an interesting moment. Was there ever any temptation, Sam, to play on towards the end, or?
I wasn't sure how. Like, so after queen takes e5, at first I thought I'm much better, but then I realized that on queen f5 I can't just play queen e7 or whatever. There is knight c3.
Yeah.
And then I lose. So I have to trade the queens, and then I considered playing knight c8 instead of rook d8, but I think I'm just trying to lose at this point. Like, say, rook f8 back. There's a fun, important variation, knight e7, king f7, rook d7. There is either knight c5 or king e8 is good as well, because there's rook f7 afterwards. So this was just not working. And if knight c8 doesn't work, I don't really see how I can ever try to play for more once the queens are off. No, once the queens came off, like, black's obviously fine. The only question was where I should have improved before.
And 2 draws to start the event. Just warming up, you feel? Or
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. I should have lost yesterday. And probably I mean, it was tough and tense, but there were wins for white. My guess is this game was similar. I probably could have lost yesterday, could have won today. 1 point out of 2 is fair enough. We're just warming up.
Pavel, does that seem fair? With the game today?
I thought I'm not worse, actually.
You thought oh, there you go.
The computer will settle this very easily.
Yeah.
Did the computer say I was much better somewhere? I suspect I was.
We weren't looking, to be honest.
we were analyzing without a computer.
We were going raw.
We can put it on.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, and for those of you who don't see it, white had a +1-ish advantage around here.
Knight a4 was just blunder. Yeah, I thought after knight a4 the game's over, but I just missed.
Yes, c5 actually what I was expecting. And yeah, I mean, I overestimated, of course, my position a little bit, but again, but I think it's very concrete because I'm not on time simply to to expand everything.
Just
because
just the machine's gonna say queen c3, then well, yeah, when I played knight a4, it's already basically fine after bishop takes b6. Yeah, after queen c3, rook d4, I thought g4 wins the game. I just missed queen d8. And yeah.
As you say, queen d8, best move by far.
Yeah, and here black's absolutely fine, I thought. So yeah, I blundered queen d8, but probably should have played slower.
And Sam, you were saying it's your first time ever. Is it in the UK or just England?
Oh, no, I've been to Scotland several times to work with Jakob, but I've never been to England itself.
You've never been to England?
Yeah, I know, it's shocking. I've been to 63 countries and never England, because London Chess Classic was sort of the only tournament that was, I guess, appropriate for me, and I hadn't been invited yet. So
well, there you go.
I'm delighted to be here now. It's a lovely country. I don't know why we had this big fight with y'all in the Revolutionary War, but it's nice here. I like the chess fans. I like the culture. It's good.
He mentioned the war. I think we got away with it.
And I guess it's been a big change for you, Sam. Like from India, you were there, I guess, nearly 3 weeks, and coming straight to London. How's the energy?
Yeah, I mean, the first few days I just rested. I was very tired and emotionally not in the best place after coming so close to going through to the candidates. But yeah, I've just been enjoying myself a little bit. I've really enjoyed the traditional British food here, like pizza and Chinese and Indian. But yeah, it's been nice here.
They don't do those back home. How about yourself, Pavel? You've been to England before?
Yeah. I was playing just not long ago, this summer. It was also a very nice experience. Worked on a rapid blitz.
Yeah, of course.
And I did well actually in blitz, which is unexpected because normally I'm not a big specialist in fast time controls. And I think it was also first time in London for me, and I was enjoying very much during the summer, and same right now.
Okay, enjoying the winter too.
The problem is that your first time here, but actually all you're seeing is going to be the inside of the tournament wall. So hopefully you're going to have a little bit of time.
There's a beautiful football stadium right there.
There is indeed. And it is an absolutely fantastic venue here at the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal, home of Arsenal Football Club. But hopefully you'll have a little bit of free time to see the city as well.
Yeah. Exactly.
Great.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Best of luck to both of you tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. And we've had a little change of personnel, and we've been joined by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who has just won his game against Abhimanyu Mishra. And what a game this was. Well, many congratulations. It was a remarkable performance. I mean, my first question is, how much of this was preparation? You moved so quickly.
Yeah. Basically, I knew till h4. Yeah.
On move 32.
32. Yeah.
Wow.
Even after King G6,
Wow.
I knew that this Rook F1, D5, King E3 is the only way to get a winning position.
Wow.
And yeah, from that point, I think it was very very smooth. But yeah, I checked his games, and I mean, I was expecting like Nidorf first, second this Archangelsk. So I prepared against both, and I prepared this line, which is relatively fresh. And yeah, I mean, it's if you don't know, I mean, your stuff with black, it's very easy to get into trouble. So as we had in the game, he played before, after which I think it's move 20. Yeah, before is a mistake. I knew that Rook E6 was the engine preference, but okay, it's very tough.
That's not
to
easy
find
for a
this-
human.
Yeah. After D5, you just go back Rook E8. So
Wow.
yeah,
Open bishop, which he didn't get in the game. He never got open bishop.
yeah, and the line goes on like white can just ignore and play Rook F1, like no D5, Rook E8,
Oh,
Rook
D5.
F1.
Oh, Rook F1. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Basically just sucking the exchange for initiative and opening up F file, and
Okay,
it's very
but
dangerous.
it seems to me that black shouldn't be taking on E3. This looks so dangerous.
No, actually,
Are you going to tell me this is best?
before, I think the line goes before 92, Bishop E3, FE, and here's something. I checked this only in the morning, so this morning. So
You checked it this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, my word. So, okay, I mean, this is an incredibly deep line. As you said, you reached move 32 in your preparations. I mean, how long did it take you to prepare this whole thing? I mean, we're not just talking about this morning. This must be, part of your, preparation from way back.
Yeah, some of the analysis I had already, but I did actually. I mean, I didn't have this idea. Bishop E3, Bishop G5. I just found it today. So
Oh, really?
yeah. So
Wow.
I played it, and I mean, it's turned out to be a very dangerous idea. Actually, if you don't know these black pieces.
You know, we said it earlier, it looked super scary. I was saying I would be a chicken, I would never go into this ever with black, but we didn't realize the punishment would be so effective.
And were you amazed that actually Abhimanyu sort of made it to the end game? Because in a sense, although it's a lost position, in a sense, that's kind of an achievement in itself.
Yeah, I totally understand him, because from far it doesn't seem like bad. I mean, just getting normal endgame. You are not even a material down. It's all equal, but white has, very strong bishop on f6, and I can create mating nets. And yeah, I mean, it's very easy to misjudge this endgame from human perspective. Yeah, basically that's how I think we tend to think as human. But engine, his engine is very, he's merciless.
Yeah, Stockfish knows best.
Yeah. No, it's actually a remarkable position. The more we looked, then we realized that this bishop on a7 is completely dead.
Yes.
And you controlled it absolutely beautifully. Yeah.
Yeah. Does it feel extra satisfying that you were able to win so dominantly after you played Abhimanyu in the Grand Swiss? And that was a very long up and down game.
Yeah, I mean, he's known for his, very good opening preparation. He works really hard in the opening, as far as I know. And I mean, looking at his games, it's very easy to say that he's an expert in some of the lines, which, for example, Najdorf. I mean, he was getting extremely good positions against Fabi recently in the US champs. So yeah, I mean, so I tried my best and I tried to find some ideas here and there, and yeah, today it worked. But he's one of the brightest talents nowadays, and I'm sure he'll continue his career.
Yeah, and it's very interesting for the audience here, but also online at home. If they're facing someone so well prepared who works really hard, how do you approach it? Do you take them head on? Do you work just that little bit harder than them and find this cool type of idea, or do you often just try to dodge their strongest openings, try to avoid all of their homework? Because
it's always depends on your opponent. If you kind of try to play some rare sideline, it also can backfire, because I mean, he's he's also very strong in the middle game. He's a good middle game player, and
well, I noticed actually his end games as well. Actually, in the FIDE Grand Swiss, he played some very nice end games there.
Yeah. I can recall that he beat Gukesh in a nice fashion, and he also held the very difficult end game against
Praggnanandhaa, exactly, with the knight against the bishops. His technique was beautiful. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely very talented player, and yeah, I mean, today was my day, but yeah, he's extremely strong player.
And while we have you here, Nodirbek, maybe we can ask for your opinion on the 3 remaining games?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, I'll start with the maybe least dramatic. Predictions.
Yeah. I'm expecting, draw in like few moves, probably.
Okay, his words, not mine. But I think we expected that for a while.
I think Mickey and Nikita, they always find a way to reach a placid position.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought this Nicholas game is interesting. I thought he's just crushing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, when I saw the position earlier, it was, even this position looks dominating for white.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, queen c8.
Yeah, when we last left it, it was this position. And
I exactly saw this position, and I was thinking it should be
looks
at
like
least big advantage for white.
He just forgot to move all of his pieces the whole game. He's only been playing.
Yes.
But somehow he survived, Gawain. Okay, and if we catch up, you said it still looks good, but okay, I guess the rook is hit, and
c6.
I was going to say the pawn.
Nice little move.
Oh, that is...
Queen takes rook b8, and you
Yeah.
have a nice c8, which you don't want, like
Check.
bishop f5, probably. Just
Okay.
skills,
Yeah.
That
Okay, but
looks decisive.
this looks
This,
crushing.
Well,
All
carry
sorts
on. Carry on.
all sorts of stuff. C6. Okay, that was going to be my question. How to finish it off, but maybe black just can't move.
Yeah, I don't see a move for black.
Okay, so you're predicting a win without too much.
1-0, like it's very soon, I think.
Yeah, too much drama. And okay, the final remaining game, which we actually did just see a draw between Adams and Vitiugov.
Now, how's Luke doing?
Anyone's surprised? And Luke McShane against Alireza. This is the live position.
Ooh,
And
I'm just counting the pieces.
K1.
Rook A, rook E1, rook A1.
Okay, we'll need to update because a few moves ago he wasn't a piece up with black. And this is just checkmate now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sharp Najdorf, right?
Very sharp Najdorf. And we actually left it a while back with black having just castled. And I think Luke just miscalculated something. He took on E5, and we were saying this wasn't possible because after knight takes check, bishop takes F3. I mean, I just stopped here and I said he'd want a piece, but after rook D3.
What did he miss? Bishop F6 or what?
I don't know. This is bizarre because suddenly he's just the exchange down for nothing. Oh, rook takes, not even an exchange. Wow.
Yeah, it's a piece.
Yeah, rook takes C3. Yeah, piece. Okay, and unfortunately Luke.
Yeah, maybe queen E5, it was a blunder.
Yeah, queen takes C5. Yeah, he just had no time and...
Fortunate.
Yeah, this is just checkmate, and we'll see it play out on the board.
Yeah, when you play Alireza, you have to be very alert because he will not give the material for free.
True. And he'll take any small chance you give him to attack or take material. Nodirbek, is it your first time in London?
No, I played many times, like
Oh, really?
Okay.
in Global Chess last year, also the World Teams Rapid and Blitz this year. I've been in London many times, also played in Isle of Man twice, and yeah, I mean, London has been, I mean, I generally like London. I mean, I like the atmosphere, I like the vibe of the city, and yeah, it's just great to be here, and I very much enjoy being here.
Okay, so it feels like home ground advantage for you, having played here so many times. That's good. And how are you feeling in general about your form, your shape after having a bit of time off recently before this event?
Yeah, I mean, the World Cup was very tough. I lost 2-0 against Martinez. Well, I mean, he played extremely well and made it to, I believe, quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals, yeah.
Yes,
He was on
where
form.
he lost to Jawahir.
Yeah.
I mean, winner of the tournament. So
you're happy your friend took revenge?
Of course. I was very happy, and yeah, I mean, this World Cup is a very tough tournament. It's, you know, you don't have any margin to make a mistake, and yeah, I mean, but I'm very happy for my friend Jawahir. I mean, he did historical job for our for Uzbek chess and showed true Uzbek spirit.
Yeah, incredible fighting spirit. Yeah.
That's fantastic to see, and the future is very bright. Will you be helping him maybe in the candidates, or?
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Good.
Interesting.
Okay. Nodirbek, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and once again, congratulations on an absolutely superb performance. Brilliant game, absolutely brilliant game. I think we need a round of applause here.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, I think we'll take a short break there, and I think we're going to be joined by some more players any moment. So see you soon. Welcome back. We've been joined by Nikita Vitiugov and Michael Adams, who've concluded their game, which ended in a draw. So, do you want to take us through maybe a bright spot in the game? Mickey?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was all pretty sparkling stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. My opening went a bit wrong, and then it seemed like it was Black who was having whatever fun there was. I guess it wasn't really dangerous for me exactly, but okay, Black has more options, I guess. I mean, I tried to force it with this rook a5 to go after the b pawn, but it was a bit loose, of course. And yeah, I don't know. I was a bit worried I was blundering something, but I didn't see exactly what. I mean, even after bishop e3, there's quite a lot of places Black can go to there.
Actually, my initial intention was queen e6 here. But I wasn't sure about rook b5, bishop c6, rook a5, bishop b4, rook a6. And I mean, like, probably I have to go knight b8, rook a7, and okay, well, I can take this pawn on a4, but definitely not for free. Yeah, I mean, white has superb compensation, and well, I mean, I don't think I'm losing. I mean, like taking with the bishop. Yeah, I don't think I'm losing this rook, but still, yeah, white has fantastic compensation. Yeah, so it's yeah, but like in general, my feeling was I got quite a comfortable position out of the opening, but maybe it was just a good position for me, but nothing special. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we weren't analyzing with an engine, but we always thought that the tactics would always fizzle out, and yeah, maybe around here was the only time.
But it's also possible to go wrong at any stage because it's so tactical. It's like there's no structure to hold the pieces. You know, it could turn out to be very loose indeed.
We both kept finding ways to
yeah, we kept
hang
wandering
pieces.
pieces, of course. But Nikita, you weren't worried at any stage. You felt it was under control.
No, the thing is that I was playing chess, so I was constantly worried. Yeah, so it's like no, it's actually when Mickey played this a4 before in the opening, I thought, well, normally they're not doing it, and maybe for a reason, yeah, because you know, you normally, I mean, they say. One has to fight for the center, yeah. So it's probably d4 with idea transposing to some Breyer or Zaitsev would be normal, yeah. I mean, this a4 before is normal, of course, as well. But I don't know. I think I just yeah. It's what I was doing. I mean, I liked it, but yeah, probably it was just maybe you know slight. I mean, not advantage, but slight pressure for me. Yeah. Nothing special. Yeah.
Mickey, it feels like you're playing all your teammates at the start of this tournament. Are you excited to play an international player at some point?
Not really.
Fair enough. And I guess you've been asked about this before, but how does it feel being in the home of the enemy? Arsenal's Emirates Stadium.
Yeah, well, they haven't paid their lighting bill, so it's sorry to hear that things are so tough here for them.
Oh yeah, what was the issue? At the start of the round, there was some delay. Did someone have to change a light bulb?
Just the lighting wasn't very good, so
Okay.
I tried to improve it, but I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't.
Was there a player's strike? We didn't quite catch that. We just heard there was a delay.
Not really, no.
No.
All the Spurs fans came in.
I mean, I tend to think I play better in the dark. It was when they were bringing the light that I was getting worried.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, guys, it's yeah, it burned, but it fizzled. But anyway, a solid draw for both of you, and yeah, a solid start. So thank you very much, and good luck tomorrow.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
We'll be back soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the London Chess Classic, where we have one game left, but we might be about to be joined by a very special guest.
Oh, we have Alireza. Fantastic. We can do some shuffling.
Yes.
Alireza's game has concluded against Luke McShane. So hopefully he's going to join us any moment. And there's still one game remaining, which is Nicholas Theodorou against Gawain Jones, which has
just ended this very moment
in a very definite conclusion. But I'm going to make way for Alireza.
Okay. Here we go.
Take a seat.
Okay. Oh yeah, this is for you. Welcome, Alireza. Congratulations on a very nice win at the end. You played the Nodirbek, you delivered checkmate. How did you feel about the course of the game?
Yeah, I think I had to take risk, and Luke played really good, but he just blundered. Like his hand went on. It's so lucky to win such games, but it happens time to time.
But did you not feel that after you played d5, basically the tide was turning in your favor?
I was scared, like it could get very easy for him. Like it simplifies, but actually it does, because he could take with bishop first and then take on e5, and we play some endgame. I thought I'm better a bit, but it's probably around equal. Take on e5, take on c3, bishop f6, rook e3, bishop g5. And like then my bishops will do some things, but he's still up a pawn, and he could go f6 to try. I think it's around equal here, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. And the blunder you mentioned, how quickly did Luke realize? Did he realize as he was making it, or was it just
I don't know. He made the move, and I didn't look at him because I was like, if this works, then I'm completely lost. So I was lucky. Like I was looking at it, and I didn't see how is his reaction actually. But I think it was just he wanted to take on d5 first, but he just forgot. I think.
So he just forgot that his bishop would be hanging at the end of this line.
Yeah. I don't know how to explain this.
But you mentioned lucky, but I guess these things happen in chess. You take it, and especially with black in a round robin, it's quite important.
Yeah, just take whatever you get. So,
Alireza, can we take you right back to the start of the opening? And you played this idea with bishop e6, and in recent years, of course, bishop e7 first before bishop e6 is the favoured move. So, I mean, it's quite unusual to allow the pawn to come to f5. What inspired you to play this line?
Yeah, bishop e6 supposed to be wrong in old books because of f4. Yeah, but computer just just shows that it's completely fine. So, I mean, it's just the move order. It doesn't matter so much, but it provokes f4, and he was like probably felt like it's dubious, but computer says it's fine, so it should be fine.
How deep were you in your preparation in this game?
Yeah, I think it's actually surprisingly not good to push the pawns. I think black is fine. There are more critical ways to play, but it's very natural to play f5, g4. So,
what should white be doing instead? Just waiting or castle?
Yeah, castle, king h1. It's funny because you think like f5, g4 in books it says white is much better, but computer just shows it, right?
Okay, very interesting. Did you see any of the other games today? Were you impressed by anyone in particular? Lots more decisive games.
Yeah, Nodirbek had very good preparation.
Yeah.
So I have to check what exactly he did. It was an interesting game.
Yeah, he said on move 32 he was still he still knew what was happening.
Yeah, it's insane. Man. I don't know how they do this. These guys.
even you're impressed.
Yeah, no, I never have this kind of like. I rarely have like 30 moves preparation happening in my games. So I don't know. I guess they work more or something. I don't.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? I think for the overall chess, is it just helpful for the openings, but overall understanding?
Yeah,
do you feel?
I mean it's rarely necessary, but I guess in this Arkhangelsk, like this kind of structure, it's good to know 30 moves. So.
True. That's why I never played that opening.
Yeah.
And how are you enjoying the tournament so far? Do you feel more into the classical chess after today?
Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't win yesterday. I was so pissed, and so I had to like, it's very rare I don't win such games, and you have to take your chances. So I was really sad after the game, but what to do? Just move on.
It's a long tournament. Tournament. But are you doing anything in particular here with preparation, or are you just trying to turn up fresh with full of energy?
Yeah, I'm trying to be fresh. It's 4-hour games. I like to play. I have to play more classical games in the air. So
is that a promise that you'll play more classical?
We'll see.
I mean, you said yesterday that you found it difficult to play classical game. After it's a few months. I think maybe August in Samarkand was your last one.
Yeah.
So how did it feel today? Were you just a bit more switched on, or are you feeling you're getting back into the swing of it?
Yeah, I played decent game yesterday also, but it's just the fact that you have to wait until opponent thinks and makes moves.
Okay, so you're in blitz mode.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's just, I don't know. It's just, but okay, I'm playing decent actually.
Yeah. Good stuff. Sorry, Dave.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask if you're a football fan, Alireza.
It's actually amazing to have this kind of stadium to play in. I mean, it's, I think, very underrated what is happening here. So I don't know. I think more people should come, just watch. It's very nice.
Okay, we're going to clip that and help spread the word.
Yeah, sure.
Will you be attending any football matches or doing anything special while you're here in London?
Yeah, I wanted to go to yesterday games, but 2 days ago Chelsea game, but then we had drawing lots, so I couldn't go.
Well, there's an opportunity because next week Arsenal are playing against Brentford. And
it's not such a great game.
Excuse me. I'm a Brentford fan.
Any excuse to talk about Brentford.
Yeah, any excuse to talk about Brentford, exactly. Yeah, but there's plenty of football games going on. You'll be able to catch one, and maybe. Well, do you support a particular team?
I liked a lot Liverpool back in the days.
Back in the day.
Yeah, back in the days when
the days when they could actually win some games.
The 80s.
Yeah. No, when I was like 8 years old, 9 years old.
Yeah.
Gerrard was playing.
Really good
Stevie G.
Yeah. But nowadays?
Nowadays, I don't follow as much as before.
Really?
So, yeah.
Okay.
Not even the French national team? Or?
No, when there is World Cup, it's very good to watch. But no, I don't watch closely the leagues and stuff.
Okay. Maybe we'll get you into it.
Yeah, slowly.
After watching a match. Anyway, congratulations on your victory today. And good luck.
Yeah, best of luck. Well done. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of the London Chess Classic, where we're joined by another victor today, Nicholas Theodorou. Nicholas, we saw you deliver checkmate to end this game. How are you feeling?
It feels great to start on a positive note, for sure. It was a pretty straightforward attack, it felt like, but I'm not sure if everything was correct, so I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it must have felt good though, like going on the front foot, throwing pieces forward. At some point, all of your opponent, Gawain Jones, all of his pieces were on the back rank. It looked aesthetically, at least, very pleasing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was sort of unexpected out of this opening to get such a big attack. And honestly, I was even surprised on move 1. Like, I was expecting the King's Indian.
To be honest, we were surprised on move 1. Exactly. We know Gawain as a King's Indian specialist, and it's rare that he plays something as orthodox as Queen's Gambit. However, he didn't play it in a very orthodox way.
I saw that he had some games with this A6 line, but I didn't take it too seriously before the game.
And
I suppose it is called the Magnus Queen's Gambit or something.
probably, if not, it should be called that. He plays it quite a bit.
Yeah.
But it felt like the first critical moment was, okay, after you took with the f-pawn, which is quite typical in these positions, and then we were, I think, slightly surprised, to say the least, by g4 by Gawain.
Were you surprised as well?
What did you make of it?
Yeah. Well, he told me after the game that he wanted to stop knight f3. So let's say queen e7, he was worried about knight f3, but I don't think I was planning to play knight f3.
Was that on your radar at all?
Not really, no.
The knight just came from there like 3 moves ago, right? And I guess hopping in, or just preparing e4 maybe? Or?
Yeah, or I guess trying to meet g4 with knight h4, stopping the attack.
Okay. No,
But g4 felt way too committal positionally. And after knight e2, knight f4, white's position just plays itself, basically.
Yeah, and we were wondering whether he was just going to try and deliver mate, but it never really materialized. Was there ever a moment you were kind of in doubt, or you just felt that you always had it?
Once I found b4, I didn't see how he could defend, honestly, because taking on b4 and then on a2 feels way too risky. And h5, I suppose he overlooked queen e1, preventing h4. And now it's difficult to suggest a plan for black. If he castles queenside, then I think my attack is way too fast with knight b3, a4, b5. And it's going to take black too many moves to create anything on the king side.
Yeah, I was very impressed by queen to e1 and then queen to c1 a few moves later. And
yeah, queen e1 was a very nice step.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, beautiful once the rook reaches b7. Yeah, nice steps.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, we didn't analyze with the computer, but it looked very, as you said, very kind of smooth and
yeah,
consistent.
we didn't see anything. I mean, I have to say, I thought it was generous of Gawain to allow checkmate. It's when was the last time you actually checkmated someone on the board?
I don't remember, to be honest, but I did allow checkmate in one of my recent tournaments. So it's nice to be,
you received the gift back.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
that's nice. Yeah.
And just to show the audience, this game finished while we were interviewing other players, and this was the final position. Very, very satisfying. How are you enjoying the tournament so far, being here in London?
Oh, it's my first time in England. I really like the conditions here. They're really taking care of the players, and well, it's an excellent atmosphere.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. Are you a football fan? Not so much.
not
We
really.
keep asking everyone, and I think we're more football fans than anyone else. But
I was impressed when Sam Shankland, being from America, called it football. That was for me, that was the
that's true. Yeah, very true.
the high point. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's been a great year for you, Nicholas. I mean, Grand Swiss was a big breakout. You've gained some rating. You've been playing some great chess. What would be a kind of successful tournament for you here in London?
Honestly, just finishing on a positive score would be nice, but it's still early days, so we'll see.
Okay, you've made a good start. You're on a positive score. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Cheers. Okay, we'll be back soon. So we're just going to conclude our coverage of round 2 of the London Chess Classic. I think, Dave, I think we can say that the tournament has absolutely exploded into life in this second round.
It really has. We had a couple of draws, but there was so much decisive action. We saw the great opening preparation. Nice of Nodirbek to come and share his novelties with us as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back and study that later. But yeah, in the other games as well, maybe a tough day for English players, Luke McShane and Gawain Jones, falling to defeat. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun games to watch.
Let's just go to that game between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Abhimanyu Mishra. So let's just start with the final position there. And this was an extraordinary performance by Abdusattorov. As he said to us, his preparation went 32 moves deep, reached an endgame, which was actually winning, even though it wasn't immediately obvious it was winning. And you can see in this final position, the G and H pawns rolling down the board, King H6, G7, and that's that. I mean, it was just sensational, actually. Ever had that level of performance? Ever been that deep with your preparation?
I've been on the other side of the preparation.
Right, okay.
Nakamura once prepared 42 moves against me.
Wow.
And I still held the draw, which I'm very proud of.
That's something. Well done.
But, I mean, nothing like this, where it's like, it's just so smooth from start to finish. Loads of tactics as well, these skirmishes. Yeah, mind blown, really. I mean, to do it against such a strong, well-prepared player. As he said himself, Abhimanyu's an expert in this opening, the Najdorf, others. But to beat someone on their kind of home turf so impressively, that was...
Thing is, you know, with these, it's not like you're just looking at one variation going 32 moves deep. There are so many alternatives along the way in this ultra-sharp position.
Exactly.
As Nodirbek demonstrated to us afterwards, you know, there was one line where it involved an exchange sack, which he also had to research and try to understand as well. Yeah. So it's guiding the machine with your own kind of human intuition, which is, of course, is incredibly important. So for me, it doesn't detract that this was incredible preparation because that takes enormous skill in itself.
Yeah, and it's the real mark of an elite player to kind of not only land that on the board, but still convert it so smoothly, barely pausing and never really giving a strong grandmaster opponent any chance.
Right, let's go to another decisive game.
Let's jump to another would-be checkmate about to land on the board. This was the final position between Luke McShane and Alireza Firouzja. And yeah, simply a one-move blunder, I think, Danny, decided this. This was a nice mating pattern to finish off. Inevitable checkmate with coming to A1, but it was all about that one moment. And it was here where Alireza was saying bishop takes knight, and then white can try and pocket a pawn, and the game goes on. But
I thought Alireza was funny talking about the opening.
Yeah.
When he said, well, yeah, I know bishop e6 is sort of, you know, frowned upon by the books. But he said, yeah, but the computer.
Computer says it's nearly equal, which is crazy. So we learned a lot about openings today, I feel. But yeah, unfortunately for Luke McShane, he took this pawn, and after some exchanges, he'd somehow forgotten that his bishop was just hanging on f3 and never got a second look into this game. But those things happen sometimes, and Luke will bounce back. He'll be back here tomorrow. And for Alireza, who, you said it yourself, didn't seem to be fully comfortable back playing classical again yesterday, this will jolt him into maybe feeling a bit more confident.
But it's quite clear that, you know, he's been playing so much blitz chess. You know, he's not used to longer time controls. It's very strange, actually.
It's strange. I know the feeling myself, but yeah, he very much specializes in rapid blitz. And yeah, we'll see whether he can start to enjoy those 4-5 hour games. To take us to the next, the final decisive game, that was Nicholas Theodorou against Gawain Jones. I mean, what can we say? Just great attacking performance from the Greek grandmaster.
I think Gawain basically just misjudged things completely with this move G4. I mean, we don't know what the computer says about it, but just we both had that feeling that positionally it just looked very, very odd. Yeah. I think Gawain just misjudged position. And yeah, the Queen's Gambit, you know, we should We should push him back to the King's Indian, basically.
I think this game will push him back to the King's Indian, and
I think it might do, yeah.
hopefully that gives us some fun games to watch.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other two games were drawn maybe between Adams and Vitiugov. It was always kind of headed in that direction, but Sam Shankland had maybe some half chances against Pavel Eljanov.
Yeah, that was an intriguing one. But yeah, some really interesting fighting chess today. 3 decisive games, 2 very sharp draws actually. So yeah, round 2 has exploded.
Exactly, and join us tomorrow, same time, same place, for round 3 of the London Chess Classic, sponsored by XTX Markets. It's been fun, Danny.
It's been great fun. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you soon.